been plenty time that I could've died. Lucky Sonny Slim got 100 lives. Knock the rings out and I'ma fit my pinky with it. Fuck a Jada Pinkett, I get jiggy with it. You with it, then we can get it going. Talking bitch shit and you just a semi-cola head of the state. And I cannot be demoted. I put his head on the stake and make him hold it 2 out the meter. Can't say too many ways that I need her. It's a bread on the plate, she a eater. Need some bread on the plate for the feature. I'm a beast, look boy, I'm a creature. Ain't no money to make for me being tame. Before I tell on myself I'm a plea insane. There's some folks in here with me, yo, keep it chain. And I swear they keep talking all around my head, I hear it all day. I hope nobody don't tell the end alright. Cause I'ma send in the hell and then y'all wait. Gon' probably send me to hell, I need peace sign. For my shoulder, devils on east side. Now who's stronger, man, I'm getting deep fried. But I'm colder than a white polar until I'm over. Trying to stay woke in a high full of sleepers. I can leave earth anytime, no allegiance. Fuck all these hoes on that line too egregious. Had to be real one time for the region. I cannot get peace someday. Or just a little sleep someday. I know we gon' eat someday. And at the time divine, it won't be too late. Now it's a balance I've been trying to figure. In and out at times in my little feelings. My Valentine ain't want no dealings. And I can't blame you about that really. Cause ain't too much stable going on. Ain't nobody to say you on your own. I done took out a page from Rolling Stones. Advice might short the days and write the songs. Meanwhile, I'll engage in other things. Dazing off the other dreams. Another page, another ream. And I still can't explain just what I see. Maybe I went made to walk, the wings fell off. And now I'm trapped inside the thought. They birthed the flaw. Glad they brought the church to talk. Cause I need something to believe in. So make me believe. They keep talking all around my head, I hear it all day. I hope nobody don't tell the end alright. Cause I'ma send in the hell and then y'all wait. Gon' probably send me to hell, I need peace sign. For my shoulder, devils on east side. Now who's stronger, man, I'm getting deep fried. But I'm colder than a white polar until I'm over. Trying to stay.
Took a deal, signed another deal, post up in the hills on the rail, headed for a mill, travel with me still, getting kills, all this pop appeal, got these pop stars try popping in, and they getting pop for real, I ain't tryna build, I was tryna lead a mill, getting to it, before I hopped up off the block, I was still going through it, friends doing pills, and came faster than it should've, I was Buddy Hill, shooting at a pace soon as I pull up, dropping buckets, yeah, like it's nothing. In the kitchen chopping onions, yeah. Tears falling down, underdog is finally overcoming. Cause I'm dropping buckets, hey, yeah. Like it's nothing, hey. Earn my respect and burn a budget, hey. Tears falling down, underdog is finally overcoming, baby. Yeah, I'm dropping buckets. Drop some cash for me, don't worry about my past for me. I'm driving with no gasoline, this life I live's a fantasy. Yeah, I do this for my dogs, all my day ones and my family. My life gon' live through them if I end up in any tragedies. I hope y'all understand this shit got bigger cause it had to be. I always knew I had it, but just not at this capacity. I recognize the gravity, closer to the summit, stacking chips and counting nuggets. I've been stunting, baby, cause I'm dropping buckets. Hey, yeah, like it's nothing. Hey, in the kitchen chopping onions. Hey, tears falling down, underdog is finally overcoming. Cause I'm dropping buckets. Hey, yeah, like it's nothing. Hey, earn my respect and burn a budget. Hey, tears falling down, underdog is finally overcoming, baby. Cause I'm dropping buckets. I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits. Excuse me, I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. The crash came when the cash came. Spend it before you get it like those rookies all on draft day. For the love like it's match game. Hit the ground running, really do it for my last name. They act different when the facts change. I'm not with the tip for tag games. In my own league, I don't chase game. In my own league, I don't hang with lanes. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits. Excuse me, I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. Now how could that be? Talking about who can be talking about me. Feeling like stretch where I got all this reach. Feeling too blessed when I step on these beats. Now how could that be? I could beat the pressure, I could beat the 2-3. Jab, jab, hook, then I duck and I weave. It was never you, it was me versus me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits. Excuse me, I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. Better up, get some, swinging for the fences, I might leave it in the sun. Every pitch a home run. Stack a couple tickets just to leave it to my son. Take it back while I be gone. Small city kid couldn't dream a bigger one. A marathon, never run. Check the scoreboard, how I'm feeling like I won. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits. Excuse me, I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. Three, two, one. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. I could flip a dollar to $1 million. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. 3, 2, 1. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. It's a new day, days been new. Been a decade since I made it out of rent too. We some owners, baby, we don't got no rent due. My trick, but my wife, you like to trick too. Merry Christmas, hey Saint Nick. What we want get, we on wait list. How we got here doesn't make sense. Have patience, that'll make sense. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. I could flip a dollar to $1 million. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. 3, 2, 1. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. Picking up the slack, joining this prime way, I'm getting to the rack. I do what I want, when I want, where I want, no cap. Put in all work, now I'm getting to the back. 25-8, I got money on my mind. Live life great, but I'm always on the grind. Navy blue tank, I don't wear it for the time. Real hustler, baby, throw my rollie in the sky.
Get ready for blast off.
Ball pointing cushy, so you know it's berserk. Trevor on the mix, so you know we gon' work. I might leave in one, find the beach and go surf. I'ma ride the wave till I'm out of this earth. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. I could flip a dollar to $1 million. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. 3, 2, 1. I don't like to brag, but I'm really.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Can you hear me, Lost?
Oh, yes, I can hear you, sir.
Yes, man. It's good to be in the crib tonight, man. Hey, happy Christmas Eve to you, man, and Merry Christmas to you on tomorrow.
That's right.
How you doing today, the velvet voice of YouTube, my brother?
You know what
Come on inside and get yourself something cool to drink.
Hey, you know I'm well, man. How about yourself, man? I know y'all getting ready for the Christmas holidays, man.
Man, you know, I mean, it's a little, little gumbo got done about an hour ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's about to go down like 4 flat tires on the Alabama highway, brother.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
What about your family, man? What y'all got going on?
Oh, man, you know, Mama is making the pecan pies, man, and the smoked turkey wings and ribs and all type of stuff, man. So, you know, we's getting ready for this thing, man. You know how it go.
Well, can we have a moment of silence for the pie?
Moment of silence for the swine.
Moment of silence for the turkey wings. Hey, go bobo sa. Oh, rabataya. Okay. Back. All right. Go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, man, y'all. Hey, listen, Coach Ferg, I sent you the link. So put the lotion down and come on. Hey, listen, man. It's good to see you, brother. Who we got in the chat tonight, man? Who we got in the chat?
Well, you know, we got Melania in the building. As always, you know what I'm saying? She be pulling up, man. She be on everybody's show, man. I appreciate her showing up.
Looks amazing.
All the time. And then we got King Libra in the building. Yes, indeed, we do. Of course, you know, we got Scorched Earth, him and his microphone. Let's say hello to him. Then, of course, you know, we got Marriage, Politics, and Sports in the building. Who else do we have? Oh, yeah, we got Coach Ferg in the building. He said, what's up, BMU for president?
Man, I'll take it.
Yeah, that's it so far, man. We in the building so far.
All right, man. Listen, everybody be popping in later. Hey, listen, man, if y'all want to join the conversation tonight, anybody and everybody, female, male, and we're going to stop it there, can come up tonight and have the conversation, man, and talk about what you want to talk about when you want to talk about it, because this is the Christmas special. So that means any conversation, any joke, any roasting sessions, any movies, anything you want to talk about in the news, put it in the chat or come in the back. Oh, pause.
No one pause.
Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up?
But yeah, so, man, we got a hell of a guy in the back tonight. Damn, pause again.
I don't give a fuck no more. They done piss me off.
Ladies and gentlemen, our pain in the building.
What's going on, gentlemen?
Let me tell you, our pain, that was a hell of a show yesterday, man. I'm about to tip my hat to you, sir, and give you your release while you still here, man. I appreciate it. That was a nice show, bro.
Yeah, man.
Man,
I had to get off the camera a couple of times, man.
I already know, man.
You were crying.
Well, that's one of those kind of things you never tell in public, man. You know what I'm saying? Men do that too.
Man, shut that shit up. You've been married for 3 decades, nigga. You listen.
Let me tell you, man. I'm trying to give you the game.
Tell the truth. So how's it going over there in the household? Y'all been cooking over there?
I'm all ready, man. I got some ribs, man. Some beef ribs. I'm gonna put on a smoker, man. And got a turkey I'm gonna do for tomorrow. Everything else is done. So the girl's gonna be over. Like that guy on the couch on that last song with all those women on him. That's me. I don't know. I smell my wife and the daughter's crowding me out, man. And so that's the way it is, man. So every time when a woman tells me that I don't like women, I look at them and I don't even say nothing. I say, you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Tell them again, our pain.
I said you don't know what the hell you're talking about. So that's the bottom line. So this is my time of the season. All through my working career, man, this is the 2 weeks, Christmas, New Year's. I always took off, and I never came back to work on a Monday.
Yeah. So
that's the bottom line.
So what happened if it was during the week, like it is now?
Well, no, so here's the deal. Here's the game for all you people who are still working. It took me a little while to understand this. You never break a long vacation on a Monday because all the bullshit you left behind is right there Monday morning, and it negates your whole freaking vacation. You come back on a Wednesday, it's hump day. You turn one page over or some shit. You do one thing, you kind of ease back in it, and so you don't blow your whole vacation on Monday. Right? That it's just like a psychological thing. It took me a little while to learn that, but you work for 38 years, you figure some shit out, man. You know what I'm saying? So
you know what, our pain? I got up this morning, man, thinking I was gonna be off because I took Monday off, right? So I was clocked in and I looked at the schedule. I'm like, I'm supposed to be off today. Our pain was right. And I'm off tomorrow too. I said, man, me going clock out. I told my boss I'm out.
I got one more for you. One more real quick. It was around, I was like maybe 10 years in, and I work for the government, so I had all kinds of leave. So it's snowing in New Jersey. The freaking roads are packed. I'm sliding all over the place.
Pause.
Well, yeah. I said, I got like 200 hours of leave. What the hell am I doing? I turned my car around and went home, and I never went. If it snowed, I was taking the day off. I'm not doing all that bullshit with everybody else. I got to leave. It's liberal leave policy. I ain't coming in today until they plow the roads. That's what I kind of thing. You do your work, you can get away with that kind of shit. But that was me. That was my whole career, man. 38 years. So.
All right. Well, I mean, I feel you, Doc.
It's food for thought. Where you live, and you out there in Texas, man, you ain't gonna have that kind of problem.
No. If we do, well, in Texas, if it snows 1 inch, the entire state shuts down.
That's all it takes. That's all it takes in Texas.
Yeah. 1 inch of snow, they look out there. Oh no, all schools closed, all businesses closed.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the wind blowing hard, shut it down.
Wind blowing hard.
Shut it down.
That's a wrap. So
2 midgets outside in the back wrestling, shut it down.
Yeah. Now, I want to talk to you about something, R-Pain.
Yes, sir.
There was this so-called educated guy on the news, and he said these words, and I know you're lost in translation, gonna have a field day with this. He said, "This is why we did not vote for Donald Trump. He's been elected president of the United States for the last 2 months, and he has not done anything."
Wow.
That's so. I think that's just so funny, man.
That is hilarious.
He's in his 20s. I said, our future is fucked.
I think I saw that. I saw that one. I said, "Oh my god, man, this guy don't know what the." That's just so funny, man.
That is hilarious.
I'm thinking to myself, what? And the lady at my job show, she's in her 40s. She said, "What you got to say about this?" I say, "So you agree with him?" She said, "Yeah, I agree with him." I said, "So Trump been president for 2 months?" She said, "Hell yeah, y'all elected him." I said, "Trump don't take office till the 20th of January. That's bullshit. He the president right now." I said, "Okay."
We in trouble, bro.
We in big trouble. We in big trouble.
My question is, where is Kamala and Joe Biden at right now?
They riding around, man, on scooters and stuff. You know how they do it, man. Kamala about to drink somewhere.
It's only a half joke, man. Biden's trying his best. Well, it's not Biden. It's all the people who've been running the government for the last couple of years. They're trying to destroy the country as best they can, just to spite everybody else who not even Trump. It's way beyond Trump. They're trying to. It's not going to work, but they're doing a lot of dastardly shit. And a lot of people are just stupid.
My whole thing is, why would you ruin the country where you stay at just to spite the dude that beat you? I don't understand that.
But they're doing it though. They're trying to do it.
Man, they think about it, man. The last time Trump got in office, they broke out the pandemic. Now we got UFOs everywhere.
You know what? Here's what I'll take. I like Trump, man. He says, you know what? He says, "Hey, everybody out there," and they calm down. He said, "Listen, the government knows what's going on." He said, "The government, they just don't want to tell you, but they know what's going on." And have you noticed that it really calmed down after he said that?
Of course.
Yeah, he said, "Hey, man, if you think they don't know what's going on, listen, they know what's going on. If it was something really bad, they would do something. But I don't know why they don't want to tell you, but that's okay. They know what's going on, so just calm down."
I didn't think they was gonna go straight to the aliens. I thought they was gonna break out the dinosaurs first. But they can't. They can only use the pandemic thing once.
Yeah. So
they kind of blew that one. So aliens was the next step because it kind of take a while to come up with dinosaurs and stuff. So,
I'm here in New Jersey, man. I'm sitting down here and said, "Listen, I'm not." I said, "But you know what? Should we be?" I said, "Nah, man. This is just so stupid. There's no way they don't know what's going on."
Yeah.
There's no way. There's no way.
And Donald Trump said, "Sleepy Joe sees all the aliens. He doesn't do anything. He sleeps right through. He fly right over. He does nothing."
You got to get the heads going there when you do that.
Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe, and the host. Can you imagine sitting down talking to Trump, man? Did y'all see Trump when he was talking about Joe Biden on the what's the name of the damn show he was on before he got elected?
Rogan?
Joe Rogan podcast.
Before Rogan.
Oh, you mean when he said he's well, nah, that's not her. That was Kamala Harris.
He said, "Have you seen Joe Biden? He's so weak, he's so feeble. He can't even walk, he can't even talk. He's almost disabled. I mean, he had a fold-up bench a little baby could carry. He couldn't carry it. Secret Service had to carry it for him." Sleepy Joe, he's out of there. He had to fume. Yeah, he was right though. Joe Biden couldn't even pick up the aluminum chair, bro. You're in a bad shape, boy. If you can't do that shit. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Coach Berg in the building.
What's going on, Coach?
What's up, Clifford? What's happening, man?
How y'all doing, man?
What's
All
up?
right, man. What's going on?
Oh yeah, I've been chilling, man. You know, it's Christmas Eve, man. Had to finish up a few little things around the house. Had to build a TV stand for my wife because she wants a TV. So I had to build a big ass 12 by, well, so 2 by 12. It's 6 foot long, 2 feet wide stand.
Yeah,
I put some wheels on it. And
that's right.
I told her she gonna have to stain it though, because she wants to stain it. So I
Now-
let her
now-
put her 2 cents in. So
I tell her what she could have done. All right, I'm having a what do you call it?
What that-
HGTV moment.
Yeah,
Okay.
What you could have done is taken that and removed it completely, put some floating shelves on the wall, and put mount the TV directly on the wall and put the floating shelves, and would have gave you so much space in that area. I'm having an HGTV moment. Okay?
you're right. That's in my space on the wall, but it's too big, so I didn't want to put it on the wall. No, but mine is good though. So I got 2 on my wall.
Oh
Yeah.
shit!
Yeah, I like to do it. You know, that's my skill trade. So I get to do it. I've been a little.
So your skill trade is to do it on the wall.
No, it's construction engineering. So
Oh, okay.
I'm in a little man cave, a little walk-in.
I said, he needs to be needed. That's what he's
Yeah.
trying to tell y'all.
That's
Oh.
it. Yeah, man. Y'all ready for this holiday?
yeah, man. Been ready, man.
Oh, yeah, man. Shit.
It's the
Y'all got
Super
all
Bowl
your Christmas
holiday.
gifts? Everybody got their Christmas gift real quick.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
It's good,
I don't
man.
want to talk about no damn Christmas gifts, man. You know,
Not for no man.
I
no.
got 800 years. My girls are 800 years old, man. A Christmas tree, my wife put together with gifts under there. Where's the kids at? Where's the babies at? Oh my God, my girls are coming. She has her whole life is centered around making sure her little kids smile. That's the damn kids no more. God damn it! And she look at me, and I just shut up. I just the tree is full, man. She gotta put my tree up, blah, blah, blah. We enjoy the day. The girls come over. Well, my other one lives with me, but the other one comes over and we just spend the day hanging out.
That's what's up.
All right, I want to show y'all something, and hopefully y'all can catch on to it when it's done. Here we go.
So my brother was in this motorcycle group, and every time he leaves on his motorcycle, I always ask to go, but he always tells me no. Well, one day he finally let me go with him. So I'm on the back of his motorcycle and we start riding over a bridge. But we ended up seeing a girl standing on the edge of the bridge, and it looked like she was about to jump. And my brother has a good heart, so when he saw the girl, he got off his motorcycle and he walked over to the girl and he asked her what was she doing. The girl looked at him and she says, "I'm about to jump." So he said, "Well, before you jump, why don't you give me a kiss?" And for some reason, he always have his way with the ladies. So she gave him a kiss, and it looked like a long, passionate kiss. But after they were done, my brother said, "Wow, that was the best kiss I ever had." He told her that she was a really good kisser, and that's a really great talent that she's wasting. He looked at her and he said, "You're also a very beautiful girl. I don't understand, why do you want to jump?" She looked at him and said, "My parents won't accept me for who I am." My brother said, "What do you mean?" She said, "Well, they don't like it when I dress up like a girl."
Bruh.
That's so funny. I saw that one before. I did the same thing. I laughed like a mother.
That bitch would have been off the bridge. See, how the hell?
Hey, he asked for that sugar. He asked for it, you know.
Oh my God. Well, I've been throwing up all over the ground.
Well, you know what, man? You know that's one of those that you have to take to your grave. You know, you don't just don't.
Yeah,
don't
bitch, don't you say nothing. You hear me? Hush your mouth.
It's a holy shit. And then you go to church, you hit yourself in the back with those fucking things the Christians do, and you hit yourself up and you pray to God. I liked it. You can't. I liked it. I didn't mean to like it.
Oh, man. I pray to him, flogging himself. I like it.
Oh my God. Shut your ass up, man. Oh, hell no.
Flogging himself.
I watch too many movies and shit.
Oh, hell no.
That's funny as hell.
You going to therapy, telling the therapist, I think I liked it. Oh.
Hey, Mikey, he likes it.
Oh, hell no. Oh, my God. Ooh, that shit. Hey, Coach Ferg, if your son came home and told you that story, what would you tell him?
No, he can't come home and tell me that story. You have to take it to the grave. Y'all can't, you can't tell me that story.
You gotta swear your sister the secrecy. Don't be getting on the internet telling everybody that.
Yeah, you listen. You can't tell nobody. You can't tell
everybody that know him know his sister, so they know he did
the rest of your life.
But the sad thing about this video is that they already witnessed it in real time. He was on a motorcycle ride with his sister. She saw that shit.
I ain't said nothing.
So be blackmailing him too. I want a house. I want a couple of cars. You know,
throwing a couple easy bake ovens. You know,
with your motorcycle gang though. What do you think they gonna take your letters and your jacket? Like, give this shit everything.
That's funny.
They gonna snatch his wings off.
Yeah, coming off right there.
Hey, kudos to the sister. That's a good story.
I think his sister set him up.
Yeah, man. Everybody know him, know his sister. They know he done kissed the dude in the mouth. That's ridiculous.
If they didn't know before, they know now.
Oh!
They know now. Thanks, sis. I love you too.
Coach Ferg say he wouldn't be able to. I mean, if he come to you, your son come to you, Coach Ferg, and say, "Dad, I got something I want to share with you, man." What you gonna tell him?
I mean, if he get through the whole story, then listen, I'm gonna assign a cup, a plate, fork, spoon. He gonna have a sign. He gonna have his special little side dishes. Because I'm gonna have problems.
He can't sit at the table no more.
I mean, he can sit at the table, but everything else is gonna be in a little box with his name on it. So
first he gonna sit him at the kids' table.
Well,
off to the side, you know.
He drink out of none of my regular cups and eat off of none of my regular plates. He gonna have to probably give him a pack of paper plates and shit. Like, this is yours.
So when was the last time you guys tried to do something serious and it just didn't work out? Like, you tried to do something that you, like Mr. Payne, just started laughing your ass off. Well, I want to share this with you guys, and I hope you don't laugh too hard, because this news anchor, he couldn't handle it, and I know you, R-Payne, gonna have a field day with this one. Let's watch.
Now to the story of a pig that is inspiring others. One belly pig has certainly endured his share of problems. Chris P. Bacon was born without the use of his Yeah, you have to read this story. We cannot. Oh my God.
Chris Bacon.
Now to the story of a pig that is inspiring others. One pot-belly pig has certainly endured his share of problems. Chris P. Bacon was born without the use of his Yeah, you have to read this story. We cannot. Oh my God.
That little black boy, like, what a ham hock said.
Yo, do you think he knows his job?
Hey, R-Payne, I could not have been in that studio, boy. I would have pissed all over myself, boy. That shit is hilarious, bro.
Same thing as he done, man. I swear I would have been gone. They had crispy bacon.
Dude, you gonna name a pig with no back legs, crispy bacon, bro.
Woo. That is funny.
Oh my god. Boy, hey, I wouldn't have been no good. Don't put me in no situation like that because I would have never even got to read it. I've been gone.
But listen, they tried to fire me. I would have went to HR.
Yep. Because y'all telling me this, so y'all should let me read this shit.
They set me up to get fired. Shit. There's no way you can keep a straight face, man. They didn't say we were testing today.
No, that's correct.
Woo. That is funny. I don't blame them at all.
So R-Pain, I got another one for you, okay? Early 2000, I think it's 2003, a reporter was doing a report on airplanes and crop dusters in a local area, and they thought that they were putting pesticide. So one of the pilots decided, they told him to stay away from the runway. But the reporter went out to the runway anyway, and this is what happened next. You gotta be obedient.
Oh, jeez. He's done, right?
He survived.
Oh, did he? Okay. Stupid. Oh.
The hell he hit him with the cocaine?
The wing hit him. The wing got
Shit. Damn.
You know what?
Y'all think
Why was he not looking at the plane?
How did he even survive that?
Yeah, he survived.
Dang.
Because the ground was soft. If that was some concrete.
Woo!
His head was
Yeah, he lucky he didn't get the propeller.
He probably threw something at him too.
That on YouTube.
What he throw at him? He threw something out the plane at him.
Oh, he did. Yeah.
Say why he threw something out the plane?
Yeah, he threw something at him.
White powder stuff. He was running from the cops.
Damn.
Unbelievable. Jeez.
Now, I know you guys like that video, so I have another one. And this one is for you. Oh, what's up, JT? So this one right here.
What's up, JT?
What's going on?
Now, I hope and pray that you don't piss on yourself, R-Pain, okay? All right, here we go.
The spokesman for Bmun Engineering Company confirmed the report on it.
Oh, shit. What the hell was that?
The studio light fell from the ceiling and hit her in the top of the fucking head while she was doing the report.
Yeah. The spokesman for Bmun Engineering Company confirmed the report on it.
Oh, God.
The spokesman for Bmun Engineering Company confirmed the report.
Did she survive that shit?
It looked like it missed her.
No, it hit her, JT. It hit her.
They got to see it real time. It hit her first.
She lucky that was a 10 canister. Damn.
Yeah, she lucky too. Because if it came straight down, they would have sliced her whole noggin.
Yeah.
Dang.
Dang.
Yeah,
right there. I'm gonna hit her right there.
Oh yeah. Okay, I see. It slid down her.
The spokesman for Bmun Engineering Company confirmed the report on it.
Ooh, it hit her on the top of the head.
Oh,
yeah.
Yes.
That shit could have broke her neck.
Yes.
Ooh.
Lord.
That's bad, yeah.
Hey, did you ever see the one with the Hamburglar? Oh man. Oh, that's funny. You know how the Hamburglar looked with the stripes?
Yeah.
So this was the sister, right? She's doing the news. So she was up and the anchor was, gonna go ahead and push it onto her. And he said, up next, with the report of, the weather, the Hamburglar. And then they panned to her and she has a Hamburglar shirt on. And she caught, and shit was funny as hell. He's at The Hamburglar. If I can find that shit's funny.
And now this is a classic. I know everybody has seen this one. This is a classic. But I'm gonna play it anyway.
Oh yeah.
You gotta hit the volume.
Really happened on that. What really happened on that Thursday here at Augusta High School that led to Chris Wood's death? The fuck is that? Shit! I'm dying in this fucking country ass fucked up town. Shit flying in my mouth. Oh fuck! I can't see pollen. And let's get the fuck out this country, motherfucker. I can't see.
Okay. Now, the way he started, guys, he said, look how proper he was.
What really happened on that Thursday here at Augusta High School that led to Chris Wood's death? The fuck is that? Shit! I'm dying in this fucking country ass fucked up town. Shit flying in my mouth. The fuck? I can't see pollen. And let's get the fuck out this country, motherfucker. I can't see.
So that's the same guy that did the. You hear a lot of people using. You must be out of your goddamn mind. That's the same guy. That's the same dude. Yeah. Yeah.
Man,
That's just
you don't
crazy.
want that overacting. You know he's a big chitlin eating motherfucker, man. And then he act like a little bug was gonna bother him. Stop it. Just stop.
Oh shit!
I know.
That's why he never ate no hopper grass before.
Right. They was saying, what happened this good day on Augusta? What the fuck?
Stick in this country.
Country motherfucker. Oh my God, bro.
No, black man, did you see the shit right here? I sent it to you. The one where they had bailed a man out of jail and he wanted to go back. He like, man, what the fuck did y'all just do? Let me show you. And he was like, I want to go back in. The nigga did a good deed and bailed him out of jail. The nigga was like, what the fuck did you just do to me? I ain't got no place to stay. Y'all fucked up. Hold on, let me show you. Let's go here. No, y'all can't hear. Can you hear?
What's up? Come on, man. No, we just bailed you out.
But why? I ain't got nowhere to go. I'm homeless, man. Where I'm going?
We just go around bailing people out.
But where am I going? Man.
Yo, come on. What's up? What happened?
Nah, man. Why you bailing me out, though?
I'm saying we do like Goooo bails and stuff. Relax.
I ain't got nowhere to go. I got nowhere to sleep. Well, it's cold out here.
We gonna get you something to eat.
Find a place how you can get me back in there.
We gonna get you some.
I want to go back in.
We gonna get.
I want to go back in.
We gonna get you some food. We gonna get you some food.
I want to go back in. I don't want to be in the streets. I want to go back in.
You want to go back to jail?
Yes. I want to go back in. I don't know why you bailing me out.
I mean, I'm gonna talk to them and see if they could get you back in, but I don't know.
Where I'm gonna go? Where am I going? I was comfortable where I was at. Supposed to leave where I was at. I was good. Warm. I ain't got to pay for no rent. I'm good. Get me back in.
I don't know if we can get you back in. I could talk to the bail officer and see if she can get you.
He wants to stay in jail.
So PMU, man, I got the hamburger thing for you, man. Let me go ahead. I got it right. Let me show you real quick.
You on mute, BMU.
Oh, put it down there. I'll pull it up.
Well, I can show it because I'm in.
Everything just happened.
You can't say pause him up, black man.
That's so funny. I can
say
show
pause.
you. You don't have
You've
to
been
do
messing up
anything.
all week.
I can play it for you, man. Right, real quick.
Don't touch nothing.
That's so
So
funny.
you put it down there. I'll pull it up. He told me, no, I'll put it in. What the fuck? It's pause all over the fucking pause. God damn.
You told somebody to put it in the back.
You gonna know that we live that shit down. Motherfucker.
Y'all see it?
Oh yeah. Hey, turn it. It's on mute. It's on mute.
It's on mute.
Let's do it again.
It's your birthday. 9 a.m. Welcome back to Fox 2 News at 9 a.m. Time once again to get you caught up on your news headlines. For that, the Hamburglar.
It's your birthday. I let it pass.
That's fucked up.
No, I won't. I got you later. Moving on to news now.
That's fucked
Wow.
up. Wow.
He owed her one. She must have said something out of pocket too.
That nigga said, I would have never thought of the Hamburglar. That
The
nigga said
Hamburglar.
the Hamburglar.
that
You
was
know
cold
he old school.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can tell. You can tell that they have some kind of friendly relationship. Man, a regular sister would have went crazy on that.
Heck yeah.
But she caught it right away. That shit was.
She had that look on her face like, I'm gonna get you.
Yeah, I'm gonna get your ass.
Oh,
Don't
yeah,
worry
she said
about
it's
it.
your birthday,
coming
so
back
I'm
at you.
gonna let that slide today, but most definitely. I'm
That
gonna
motherfucker
get
said
you.
the Hamburglar. Yeah, that's bad, that boy. God damn. All right, y'all.
I remember I saw that one.
I got another one for y'all. Here we go.
I look at men and y'all say, man, I want him to be mine. We look at women and we say, oh, that's a wife. We respect her differently. She for the streets. Oh, she playground material.
So if she has, male friends, she's automatically categorized as playground material. That's so my
100%.
So your wife can't have no male friends?
No, I'm her male friend. No, she can have male friends.
When I talk about male friend, I'm talking about the dudes that deliver the bills to the house. That's as far as a male friend she can have.
Yeah, so your wife can have no male friends, bitch, for prison. But if I have male friends that I've been friends with since like high school, we grew up together, like these are my friends, or y'all talking about strictly somebody that I used to.
You used to do both of them.
That's a little weird and that's super
not
insecure.
weird. You know why it's not weird? You know why it's not weird? Because I could be around a chick that I don't give a fuck about, and it ain't no thing. Half of the dudes that's your friend want to. You didn't give them an
They will sit there and wait for 10
No,
years,
it's the truth.
13 years until
It's
you
the
get
truth.
vulnerable.
We-
One
most-
But what they gotta do with me though?
Because that's not your friend. He slapped women.
That was facts and spit too.
Thoughts?
Shout out to 2K
Well,
too. That
see-
dude is
see,
funny
you know
as
what,
fuck.
women. Go ahead, JC. Go ahead.
Oh no, I didn't make a point. I just said shout out to 2K. That dude with the long
Yeah,
beard.
2K is funny, man.
He's funny as hell.
Yo,
Go ahead,
listen, man. You know, one of the things is that women are the masters of projection and they are masters of staying in the subjective realm. They understand full well when a man says, listen, I don't give a shit how tough you think you are. I just don't want a man who wants to stick his dick in your mouth around you. Whether you're going to give it to him or not, I don't want you around a guy and don't tell me that that's not what he wants because you don't know, because you're lying. That's when you start to lie.
Look at men and y'all say,
Absolutely.
man, I want him to be.
My bad.
Good, no, but you can play it again. That's the real deal. And when women willfully act like they don't know what you're talking about, that would piss me off more. Because they understand that all those random male orbiters, I call them RMOs, in their around them want to stick their dick. All they want is a chance. And whether you give them or not, that doesn't matter to us. We just know what they want. We know what they want. Yeah. So when a woman tries to gaslight you and say, you got to trust me, it doesn't matter whether I trust you or not. I don't want you around people who want to fuck.
And they know too.
And they know it. And so every time you get in that conversation, they use the insecure line and all that. I'm not insecure, but if you need that kind of attention, then maybe you're not the kind of girl for me.
Yeah.
Yes, that's really what it is.
Yeah, I'm not gonna convince her that the shit is fucked up. I do. When I tell you it's fucked up, and you sitting there trying to justify the shit, we really ain't got nothing else to talk about. I'm not about to sit there and argue with you over some shit that you already understand. You trying to convince me that that's not what's going on? Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here.
I mean, I saw Joy Taylor. Remember Joy Taylor? She's like one of those pretty ass announcers. Mm-hmm. She says
Joy Taylor is sexy as fuck, but she's
toxic. She is. Yeah, she's toxic as hell. So she was explaining that she has this male friend that cooks dinner, and she could go over his house and they can sit down. Now he's not gay either, right? So she says I can go over and enjoy a meal with him and blah blah blah. I said you could do that if you're single.
Yeah, you can't.
But I'm not letting you. I'm not gonna agree with you going over a guy. He got candles lit and all the fucking ambiance and alcohol going, and you're gonna go over his house and have dinner when that was the number one reason why I got laid in school. with chicken gizzards and rice. So he's cooking you a gourmet meal, and you fucking sit down there, and he's looking at you. What y'all talking about? The weather? Get the fuck out of here, Joy. That's why you single, and your eggs are running out.
Wait, Arpe, so you say
you got runny eggs.
Right. No, wait. Hold on. Arpe say, shit, who you think you talking to? I am the Chef Boyardee.
Yeah, what's that, man? Yeah, I know Boo Boo the fool. You cook a woman a nice meal and the ambiance and shit, and your crib and all the smells and all that, man, shit. You gotta try not to give them. You gotta try not to have sex.
Yeah, Arpe and Sugar Boy Yardie.
Get the fuck out of here.
Let me tell you something, man. You know it's messed up, man. If you flip the script and they get mad. Be like, look, I got a female friend coming over later on this evening. I'm gonna need you to leave the house.
I need you to understand that she's just my friend.
We need some alone friend.
Got tipped out the head and a nice big ass and sweet legs. And look great in high heel. Who cares?
Hey, she get mad on why you being insecure.
Yeah, women are a trip, man. I guess that's why we love them fucking chicks, man. You know, they can come up with this. You know, they could come up with any kind of crap. You just can't.
You know what I notice, our pain? Every time it be some mess in the mix, they always want to overtalk you to throw you off your game while you're trying to make a point. Black man, if you go back and watch that film, you'll see as soon as he start making a point, all they start doing is yelling and overtalking.
Look at men and y'all say, man, I want him to be mine. We look at women and we say, oh, that's a wife. We respect her differently. She for the streets. Oh, she playground material.
So if she has male friends, she's automatically categorized as playground material. That's so my 100%. So your wife can't have no male friend?
No, I'm her male friend.
No, she can have male friend. When I talk about male friend, I'm talking about the dudes that deliver the bills to the house. That's as far as a male friend she can have.
Like, so your wife can have no male friends, bitch, for prison. But if I have male friends that I've been friends with since like high school, we grew up together, like these are my friends, or y'all talking about strictly somebody that I used to.
You used to do both of them.
That's a little weird and that's super
It's not weird.
insecure.
You know why it's not weird? You know why it's not weird? Because I could be around a chick that I don't give a fuck about, and it ain't no thing. Half of the dudes that's your friend want to. You didn't give them an
They will sit there and wait for 10 years, 13 years until you get bored.
But what they gotta do with me though?
Because that's not your friend. He slap women.
You see where she understands full well what Anton's talking about. She knows exactly what he's talking about. And you know, the women are just, you know, sometimes you just can't let them go down in that bullshit realm that they like to stay in, where you can't hang them down. Somebody did a live on that. Did a show. And Angry Man talked about that before. He's really good with that stuff. When women try to bring you down from the objective world to the subjective world,
right?
This is how they win. And he did a nice video on that. So I understood that. You know, maybe I didn't say those words, but that's exactly what they do. And let me tell you, that shit don't stop. I like I said, people say you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I've been married to a woman for a long time. And like I said this before, a lot of people don't get it. She never stopped being a woman. She never stopped being a woman. I mean, she wasn't like these toxic chicks, but the traits are there. Some of that shit is just how women are.
Our pain, did you hear what she said? Is this a prison?
Yeah, it's a prison. Can you imagine? She said when the guy says, when Anton said to her, she said, "Oh, it's a prison." I can't imagine. And I've been married for a long time. Trey Ferguson married. I mean, my wife had some people from the church she worked with, you know, some guys here and all that. But my wife don't have no male friends like that. And I didn't tell her not to have one. It's something that's understood. How are you going to have a male friend and you're married? Who you calling up to what? To get some advice from some motherfucker? You know, to ask, to convey with him some of the problems in your marriage? What are you talking to this motherfucker for? And so it's crazy. I don't have no girlfriends that I sit down and I want to confess something. I'm not confess. I want to lay some shit on you. Tell me how I should look at this and all that. If you had a brother, maybe you could talk. You had a sister that you were close to. That's one thing. But somebody on the outside who might have an ulterior motive, get out of here.
And certain women understand
a lot of them understand it.
But what I'm saying is they understand the exercise of pretty privilege. That's all. They understand that. And some women, when they believe and feel that they pretty because guys have been trying to holler at them and, hey, I just want to be your friend. You so pretty. They don't understand, like the guy said. We just go and say, guys that go move like that understand. You one on that list of many. So he's not going to be pressed to get with you. He's going to wait in the line and, well, he ain't waiting in line. He's just waiting behind the bushes, waiting for that vulnerable moment. And he might even know the dudes that you getting with. He don't care. He'll sit there and listen to that. Come on over off of some yak one day on your birthday. He gonna be standing there with the robe on in the baby oil talking about what's up. I mean, so women understand it, and I don't know, but we know now. Well, I ain't gonna say now, fellas. There's a lot of deceivers in our manosphere per se, because they are simping for that shit. It's unfortunate. My wife can only have dogs and cats and shit for friends. That's how we operate. You can't even come over my house. None of my friends can't even stop by without getting in contact with me.
Oh yeah, hell no. So, it's crazy.
I told you, these new people make up stuff as they go along, man. They change the definition of words. You know, when you get married, it says forsaking all others. That's what that means.
Yeah. I mean, and you just think what you do. I've never went over a woman's house. Her husband wasn't there or something. If he ain't there, first of all, I'm calling anyway, so I know if he's there or not.
There you go.
And you better be standing outside when he show up.
Right. Well, I wouldn't even go if he's not there. I'm not coming.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not even going over there if he's not coming, because I wouldn't be just going over there randomly if I know that. I told guys this also. I said, listen, when you have friends, male friends, that come over your house and you're married, well, your wife doesn't give a shit that much, right? You could go, they'll go in the back room, the cave. But if one of those people are a woman, the dynamics in that whole situation is different, because your wife don't want a woman coming to her house if it ain't up to her, ain't up to par. She don't want no woman walking in that door, even if you're one of the fellas. She's gonna say, "You didn't tell me a girl was coming over with y'all." Even if it's not if one of your fellas friends had a girlfriend with him, she ain't jealous of that. She just doesn't want a woman coming into her domain if it ain't the way she wants it. You know, I mean, it's a subtle thing, but a lot of guys miss that shit. I never let a woman. If a woman coming over my house, I let my wife know, even if it's with one of the fellas. You know what I'm saying?
And don't be going over to some random woman's house doing chores either.
That's another thing. Are you kidding me? Oh, yeah, I got to go over to Becky's house to put up a TV.
She need a ceiling fan put up.
Where's her husband at? Where's her boyfriend at? What are you doing that for?
Exactly.
You know, and even if your lady doesn't say nothing, it's in the bank. It's on her notebook. She ain't forgetting that shit. She might not say nothing, but it's not like she don't know what's happening.
Anyway. Yeah, because I saw an episode on tonight's conversation where a lady stood up and said, I have a question, guys, on the panel. How long do I have to wait after I broke up with my boyfriend to fuck his best friend?
What was the answer? With those fucking guys.
Yeah, they're fucking terrible.
Yeah.
And the women on the panel were saying, "Oh, that's a valid question. That's a valid question."
Boy, I told you, man, the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Well, you know, the funny thing is that the man code is that you never fuck your boy's girlfriend, no matter how much you want. That's the man code. First of all, I think that man code is. I'm not sure. I don't know no data, but I think it's as strong or stronger than a woman code.
Yeah. I mean, again, it might be a little different in the last 20, 25 years. The man code ain't as strong as it used to be. But if y'all were my friends and we were hanging out, right? We boys, we hang out. That's what we do. once you identify a woman that you find attractive, even if I find her attractive, and you get to her first, and she has a sort of liking for you in that moment, I no longer see her attractive at all. I wouldn't even follow back up after 8 months after y'all broke up. I'd never been that. Once I see a guy, so
especially if I ever shake a man's hand with his girl, and he has a girl,
yeah,
she's completely off limits for the rest of my life. Especially I shake a guy's hand, I meet him and he got a girlfriend, and she's off limits.
Yeah, she off limits.
Even after they break up, Payne? Even after they break up?
Yeah. I mean, especially if we're in the same circles.
Yeah.
If we're in the same circles, right? You know, it's just one of those kind of things. You know, it's crazy. But like you said, Ferg, it's probably not true today. It's probably not as true today. You know, it might not have been true back then. Maybe I was just an idiot.
I was bro code.
That's what I'm saying. I gotta, you know, maybe it wasn't that true. You know, shit. I just thought there was like a code.
They just had a little decorum back then, huh? They just had, you know, it's not like how they have. Yeah.
I think men had a little bit more. Women had, well, first of all, some women were a little bit more virtuous. And I think men had a certain code, because I think when you recognize a woman who you wanted to put on a different level, you treated her as such.
Yes.
You know, so yeah. Well, that's the way it is. But today, I don't know. I'm not gonna. You guys tell me how it is today.
You know what it is? They be like, these folks today, but they ain't no fun unless the homies can't have none.
1993.
You better say it.
Yeah, that phrase was born.
So what was going on during that time, JT? What was the significance of that time I'm always talking about?
Oh, the crack era?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. There you go. Don't get them started.
It changed the game, though. That's all I'm saying. We had some sense of, even the sisters had a sisterhood. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't let their friends spaz out and just come out the house any kind of way. Be like, girl, go change that. You ain't going out with us like that. Damn. They got their rolls on top of rolls hanging out.
You go, queen.
See what I'm saying? Go, girl.
Muffin and biscuits leaking out of all kind of crevices and creases. You know what I'm saying?
Makes no
That
sense.
one size fit all. They really believe that.
Yeah.
You go, queen.
It fit all right.
Their shoes and everything. They have toes all on the ground. Everything. So
a little snug around the crouch.
They be wearing wigs and everything, man. Just must everywhere. Sad.
Man, they be swapping out wigs and pantyhose and everything else too. It's just some things you just don't do, man.
Yes.
Yeah, they borrow everything of each other's now. Eyelashes, fingernails, padded booties,
chicken cutlets.
So none of y'all boys couldn't ask y'all for none of y'all boys couldn't ask y'all for a pair of y'all Fruit of the Looms back in the day.
I wish you would wear my drawers.
Sure, drawers? Get out of here.
Let me get them red fruits right there, man. Them red Fruit of the Looms right there, man.
I know that. Hey, let me borrow your beard. Mine look a little scruffy this week. I sent it to the cleaners.
Jeez.
Ain't no way, man.
That shit weird as hell.
That's weird, man. You talking about weird? That's weird.
That is weird.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We're gonna use these when we go swimming.
They like Legos now. It's like everything they got on, and they got the audacity to want to fight. That's how you know when after a fight, you be like, I can tell you what a fight was. Look over there with all them weaves and all the clothes. They be butt naked by the time they finish. Somebody done lost a booty. Somebody done lost.
It's like watching First 48. You walking down the street in the hood. It's like a piece of weave laying in the gutter.
All in the evidence.
One sock and one shoe down there by the fire hydrant. You know what I'm saying? You up there trying to tell a story. See, the fight started over here by the barbecue pit.
Absolutely.
They work their way over here to the fire hydrant. And see these skid marks. That's when the police showed up and took them to jail. That's crazy, man. Ain't no way, bro. This new generation is something else, man. They try to justify everything. And I hate to say it, man, but old Travis, he
oh my God, he canceled. You know, he deleted all his shit, right?
Yeah.
You know, did y'all see the you saw the video with her twerking with a dude, right? Y'all saw that one?
Oh yes.
Right. But there's another one. There's another
So
video.
a lot of people thought it was the club. No, it was a video that she was in.
Yeah.
No,
So
what
you know
know-
she rehearsed it a couple of times. That was she did about 10 takes.
Well, no. There's another video that only guy I saw had it was that boy Will. He has a pretty nice YouTube channel. She's over a dude's house,
cleaning
booty shorts, cooking him dinner.
Why is it supposed to be with Travis?
But this is the thing, though.
It was like 2021 or some shit like that.
Yep,
So
it was
what's going on is that the dudes that she's fooling around with are diming her out.
Of course.
You know, and so Travis he'll never get this, that men are trying to protect him.
Right.
Yeah. He'll get it. He'll get it at some point. I think, you know, just the immediate shock of it. I don't think he really expected this type of backlash. Because again, we talking about a generation of youngsters who think totally opposite. It's like logic doesn't make sense to them. And we're going to see more of this come out about her, because what those generation of men do for the last, I ain't going to say it, for the last 15 years, we've been recording everything since we got a camera on our phone.
Yep.
So it's going to be so much stuff coming out, and everybody knows who is probably the biggest partaker in the strip clubs.
The women.
The athletes.
Oh yeah.
Athletes, regardless of what sport, go to the strip clubs.
You know, the lead attorney came out with some good stuff, though, kind of defending their relationship, saying, because Bow Wow and some other people came out and said, listen, you don't need to be married because there's going to be a whole plethora of women out there. Right. But he said, lead attorney, of course, the way he says, well, are those women going to be any better than the girl he has now? And especially since he don't know his way around women. So she might be a barracuda, but there might be a great white out there that he's going to fall in love with. He needs to he needs to just come on. So he canceled everything. But the lead attorney's thing on this was pretty good, because he kind of defended the fact that their relationship, even though it's bad, is better than what's waiting for him out there. But this chick has blown it for herself. Not just him. And his boys are telling him, listen, we know that most guys get blown out over a chick, but we can't see you. It's hurting. Actually, it seems like it's hurting men to see a guy go down, because we all know what she's going to do to him.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I would rather go out. There's something noble about being bit by a great white than to sit up there knowing to let the dolphin just put the porpoise thing on you. You know,
I know, I hear you, but that's what's waiting for him.
How are you getting lost? How is that even possible?
But let me ask you something, Liz, and I'm a married man. But you know, listen, because the thing about all she wants is money and resources. But let me ask you a question: what woman doesn't want a man's resources?
Yeah, but you ain't finna make no fool out of me on national TV.
No, but let's just strip that part of it, because that's a distinction that she doesn't respect him. But even the most highfalutin woman like a Ebony K. Williams, she talks about the same thing. I can't have a man unless he makes more than me. What the fuck you need a guy's resources like that?
I'm glad you brought her up.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying.
That's the same bitch that just went and got herself pregnant and raising an
No,
alien baby.
wait, let's strip that away. She still wants a man to take care of her money.
I want to know if she had this baby yet. Let's talk about that.
No, she had the baby. She had the baby.
Shoot, I want to see some pictures. You know what I'm saying?
She had the baby though. I know.
want to see if she secured some of that fine black sperm she was talking about.
That nigga got a big ass head.
She went down.
Came out talking with a full set of teeth.
She went down to Honduras and got her one of them hard working.
I want the baby up there, I don't want that man with no tricycle. I want that man with no tricycle. If he don't own the tricycle, I want the man with the tricycle.
You got to own the tricycle company.
You got to own the tricycle company. I don't want to no tricycle.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I didn't you don't want to fold no clothes.
Hey man, this girl right here, bro, she's out. Man, when she told the story where she go to he don't like the party, smoke, drink, or nothing.
Oh,
but he'll take her to the club and he's sitting in the car while she's dancing with random dudes drinking it.
Just makes it worse every time she opens her goddamn. Yeah, that's my man.
It's crazy.
I would rather have a complete stranger make a fool out of me than somebody who been there make a fool out of me.
In front of the world. So the craziest part is it's still, it's televised. It's in front of the world, and it's not a good look. You bad, you down bad when Bow Wow come and say, "Hey, let me holler at you, player."
He can't even keep a woman. Bow Wow has more women in the graveyard because of him than anybody else. But you know what? These guys don't understand. You go on social media and start talking shit, you can't expect that the only people who are going to respond to you are people you like. Right? That's crazy. I mean, that whole notion that you put your life out in public and expect to get positive feedback, that's when you're really naive, men and women, right? You might get some, but most guys know it. Most guys know a bad chick when we see them, and we see her. She's.
So what's really bad about these women, because the women, they be on these platforms windmilling and swinging. So they would sit back on one end and try to defend Travis Hunter's girl, right? Doing what she doing. In the same breath, they would sit back and talk shit about cooking with Kaya.
Absolutely.
Like, y'all got to pick a goddamn team. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, they just want to just be they just want to argue. That's basically it is. And you know who's notorious for that? Those women that be on Lapeef. Notorious for it.
They just be saying stuff.
They just be saying shit, man. They just be talking. That's why that's probably why he doesn't let me up on his panel.
Yeah, nobody really like us because we're gonna come with that truth. Yeah, they're gonna come with that truth. Even some
they come over with that foolishness.
Yeah, about that foolishness. Because you know what? If I have an issue with JT, I'm gonna take that issue up with JT. If I have an issue with Loss, we're gonna talk about it. Man, we may all as a family, me and him may talk about it, and y'all moderate the conversation in the scenes. What I don't like is people who can't think for themselves.
Absolutely.
You got a big mouth. You could talk about everything, everybody, what people should do, what people shouldn't do. And the first time a stranger whisper in your ear, that's why I keep saying it. That's why the serpent waited on the woman to be created. Because he knew if he got to the woman, he could destroy everything.
Yep. It's true. Hey, listen, have y'all heard about the Blake Lively case and her co-star? It's coming out now, right? Blake Lively is just actress, but she's married to Ryan Reynolds, and this is the reason why I don't understand.
Oh yeah, I know. She bored. She tough.
Yeah, but she does a lot of movies where she's sucking and fucking guys on screen, right? Whether it's simulated or not, they gotta touch her, right?
Yeah, she touched one.
So she's got this movie called It Ends With Us. It's about domestic violence. So she takes out a sexual harassment suit against her co-star because she had a list of things. And one of the things was, when we do our scenes together, when you have to touch me, I want you to make sure you don't touch me and like it. So she's taking them to court because during some of their sex scenes, she says he's out of character and he's himself, and he treats her like she's a real woman.
That's a method act.
Lively, as opposed to the character in the script. Can you fucking imagine that? And his name is being besmirched. He's losing all kinds of this and all kinds of that because she made the allegation. Not only because they're making a movie about domestic violence and sexual stuff, that in the movie, she didn't like the way he touched her in the movie. You have to suck my titty the right way, or when you rub up against me, your dick can't get hard, or whatever the fuck it is. It's the hell no. That's exactly right. It's crazy.
That's
why. J-Lo tried to get Wesley with that when they did Money Tree. She said when they had their sex scene and it had Wesley's penis like taped down or whatever, where he couldn't, go in. The tape came loose because he got an erection. He's sexy. And say during the sex scene, he was doing the stroking scene.
That would have been a blade.
And then they say during that, the dick slid right on up in her. And so when you see that scene when she arched her back, that's him penetrating her for real. And she said it kept rolling. She said she kept going because she didn't want the producers to make her seem like she was being difficult. She said when it went in, Wesley did not stop. He stroked her ass on out.
God. Wesley said,
I am hard, but I am
Yep.
I mean, so here's my thing. So as far as I'm concerned, if I'm a male actor, I would never do anything with Blake Lively again. And the truth of the matter is, how could you really be married to a woman if you're letting her still do sexy?
Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, I think that definitely messed with her career though, because it's gonna be dudes that's gonna be like, fuck her.
Yep.
I'm not working with that bitch. Are you kidding me?
Right? Hell no.
I mean, Hollywood full of it, man. They can They can put green screens everywhere. They can put them in a green bodysuit if they didn't want them to touch. Let's be real. Man.
AI is in a full effect now. Yeah.
Now I got something else for you, R-Pain. This is an R-Pain laugh night. But y'all tell me what y'all think about this.
Yes.
We unlocked your phone.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Steve, you want to know if Kissy has been texting with any other men? Kissy says she is not.
No, I said I did.
Malaka, Kissy has been texting with any other men? Kissy says she is not.
No, I said I did.
Malaka, the phone investigator searched her text and found that Kissy was not telling the truth. We found one suspicious text.
Yeah, which one though?
The one you said.
Yep, the one for my friend.
Thank
I
you,
told
let
you.
me talk about sex with friend forever. Yeah,
and I told him to send me a picture.
Who is his friend?
I can't say his name.
Okay, but does he know his name?
Yeah, he know him. I was with him before I met him.
Oh, this is a guy before.
Yes.
You always tell me that you're not doing nothing.
Why do I have to have pictures like that? Tell me.
Why do you have to have pictures?
Why do I have to look at another man's penis and get my own self off when you can do it?
Because you're not interested in me, I guess.
Oh my God.
Bro.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Now, I want you, now first of all, you ain't attractive at all. You look like you built like a fucking toe. You're not sexy. Who gave her the rights to be like this? Ma'am, you're not attractive. Ma'am.
On a cold night.
Listen to the audience when she said, why do I have to look at another man's penis? Listen to the women in the audience. I know that's right. Yeah. Listen.
Send me a picture.
Who is his friend?
I can't say his name.
Okay, but does he know his name?
Yeah, he know him. I was with him before I met him.
Oh, so this is a guy before.
Yes.
You always tell me that you're not doing nothing.
Why do I have to have pictures like that? Tell me.
Why do you have to have pictures?
Why do I have to look at another man's penis and get my own self off when you can do it?
Because you're not interested in me, I guess.
Oh my God.
So this is the thing though, black man. This motherfucker is running amok because he allowed that shit. It is what it is. Like when I look,
you're right,
she
brother.
said it. She was fucking around with the other dude before she was fucking around with him, which means that she was fucking around with both of them at the same time at one point.
she was cross-contaminating, right? Yep. This simp ass nigga has went this whole time with this broad and let her embarrass him. I wish a bitch would been on there. We on here. She embarrassing me, and then she say, "I'm not gonna say the man's name." I would have. All old boy had to do at that point was put his first, middle, and last name out. It was, Cephas Johnson, whoever, right? And then, but this is where I have a problem, and I actually put the most of the onus on the men. The reason being is this: quit allowing these women to embarrass you in public, nigga. Don't be so afraid to lose her.
Yep,
she ain't afraid to lose you.
Absolutely.
To go on national TV and to sit back and say, why would I have to look at another man's penis? And then gonna be and be honorary about it and upset and angry. Nigga, that's your fault.
It would took everything in me not to slap that hoe across that couch.
No, but the thing.
JT's right though.
If this is the thing, I understand when a man don't want to embarrass his woman, because for the most part, man, we ain't, a lot of us ain't built that way. I'm the one. You want to, I do you, I definitely, I can two up you. You try to embarrass me, I would embarrass the shit out of you. However,
JT, you wouldn't be on that show.
There you go. That's what I'm about to say. I wouldn't put myself in that type of a position where I'm about to be like, damn, all my shit about to be out. And it's because of her. I would, for one, the woman that I'm with, I don't want to put her stuff out there like that. I never want. Most men is like that. They ain't trying to put their woman's stuff out like that. However, the women, when they understand it, but they see how simpish you act and they know what they can get away with, they have no problem with embarrassing you. That's why when we see this thing that's going on with the young brother, Travis Hunter, most men are like, dog, I don't give a fuck if she is treating you good on the, when ain't nobody else seeing it. She's embarrassing you in front of the big stage.
She's a whore.
She's a whore.
She's a whore. But JT.
And she make you look bad.
Yeah. Because you
but it goes, this short video goes back to the other video when a woman has male friends. She's categorizing her past lover as a friend, like the other girl said. What if I used to date him?
Right.
As a friend, and he's waiting in the background for you to come on through.
He's sending her dick pics.
But that's what I'm saying. But he's that's the setup. Like, you remember this girl? I know you still think about this over here. Yeah, he ain't doing nothing over here. See what I'm saying? We just talking about it. He ain't doing nothing. So, Earl, you be Friday, and he over. But old boy already knew, because what he say? Yeah, why do you have to? Come on, man. There's no way. But
yeah, that's crazy. He's a docile guy. She knew what she had in him, and she knew she can get away with the bullshit.
You know what he need to do? As soon as they get home, he should just throw her ass in the kit. He's right in the couch, the first couch, pull his pants down, man, rip her shit up, man, and bang the shit out of her and say, yeah, okay. This is what you wanted, this is what you get. And just finish in like 3 or 6. I got mine, bitch. You get yours. Later.
Our Payne got this Hallmark movie After Dark going on.
You can tell our Payne is definitely from the East Coast. He's from the deep East Coast, because that's some gangster shit he just right.
Yeah, our Payne, that's some Detroit shit right there. Yeah, him and man.
Right, because I get what you're saying to her, Payne. That man ain't got no intentions on leaving her. He might as well go ahead and change the game up on her and say, listen, that's going to be the end of all that shit. You and Sifa is no more, and I'm going to show you why. Go ahead and rip that shit off. Most of these dudes, let me tell you something. Most of these dudes don't have the option to actually leave a woman and then not be celibate. And I think that's what that man looks at. And then understand, he's of age now where it's like, I ain't really trying to get out. And if I do, I'm just going to run into the same type of woman that I'm getting rid of right now. So I might as well stay with this bitch because I know her better than I know the other ones.
But
that's basically how that go.
JT, a guy like him doesn't have to do that. Just budget, or you got to pay for it. For the rest of his life, you got to pay for it.
Yes, for the rest of your life, because that's just his makeup, man. It is what it is. Some dudes just ain't nothing else going to happen with them.
You look at him and tell he a bitch ass nigga.
I'm going to tell you what stood out to me. What stood out to me, she was like, you know him.
Yeah.
That's why I said I would have said his name.
Wait a minute.
You talking about Cecil Johnson?
You know him.
Social Security number 39894I.
You got some dude that's around you.
He got to get taxed.
He's begging me out. He's giving me dick pics.
He got to get taxed. You know what I'm saying?
He got to get taxed. Either he get his ass whooped every time I find out he fucking with a woman. And this is only for the niggas that just can't. They don't think that they can do no better. They're going to stay with that woman. If you're going to stay with that woman, you're going to have to go ahead and you're going to have to embarrass her in front of that guy.
You know
now,
what that's like, JT?
The thing is that you got to know how to fight too, because you run up on somebody and you think you're going to whoop their ass, and then it's really bad. She cheated on you and you got your ass whooped.
JT, you know what that sound like?
But if you could fight, you could fight. If you could really fight, but that happened to you, shit.
Because you know what that sound like? That sound like her husband ain't getting none, and the dude on the outside ain't getting none.
Right. It's like she got two simp ass niggas and she gave it to the young nigga that ain't got shit to do with her.
Between two dudes, you can't get no meat.
She had to piece dicks together.
I got a dickless in the house and I got a dick pic. What am I doing?
He only got 2.5 minutes. This nigga right here only got 1.5 minutes.
But JT, I got a question for you though. If the dude really was a tough dude, knew how to fight, would his honey be fucking treating him like that?
She would if he didn't have the attitude that he can fight. Some niggas can fight, just don't have the attitude where they want to have that type of a fight. But if she understood,
somebody's ass ain't taking this kind of shit.
I mean, women don't fuck up. Let me tell you something. One thing that I do know about women, they don't fuck around with a nigga that they know that would destroy everything in their life. That nigga right there, she ain't fucking with him like that. That's what I'm saying. It's like she already know. I don't want these problems. Cause the nigga showed me when we was 22 years old, he tore the whole house up with me. So I ain't fucking with his ass no more. They know not to fuck with those type of niggas. Or understand this too. Like those girls be getting them damn dudes in prison.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's sometimes they have to stay with the dude because they already know ain't no getting rid of this nigga. He'll go to jail, get back out, whoop my ass, and go right back to jail. And tell me if he come back out and he find out I was fucking somebody else, it's over. That's it. You got one more Christmas. You got one 4th of July left.
You know what? These people know they can't move right.
Right. But they
around for the ass whooping.
They tethered, man. It's kind of like that little, you know, it's like the what they call it, the Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah.
Some people just don't believe that they can just leave and get the hell out of their neighborhood. They were born and raised in the same neighborhood and they died right in the same damn neighborhood. And it's because of their thoughts. They didn't believe that they can get out. That's women and men.
No, we know what it is. They sticking around for that.
I am hard, but I am thick.
They sticking around for that meat. That's what that is. You know what I'm saying? That's what
into that shit. I thought about it. I said, we actually do the math and you look in these inner cities, you know how much incest is going on there? Where you got a bunch of people that ain't never left their neighborhood before. They sit there fucking each other, have babies, multiple babies by multiple people. Then the babies grow up to be adults. They start fucking around with each other. They ain't left. They ain't went nowhere. They start having babies with each other. And next thing you know, another generation comes in and it's just on and on and on. And next thing you know, somebody finds out, I'm sitting here fucking my goddamn sister. And that's what happens. A lot of it happens like that because people don't leave. Sometimes somebody got to pop out on the nigga. You gotta get the fuck on. You can come back, but do not keep procreating. It's like shitting where you live. That's crazy to me. And you see a lot of that. Now there could be, I don't know for sure, but I was just talking to somebody a while ago about that. I said, do y'all, I was asking, do they think that that can lend to the mental problems that a lot of those folks be having too?
Of course.
I believe there's something to it. I
He's
believe there's
begging
something
me
to
out.
it.
He's giving me dick. He's begging me out. He's giving me dick pics. That's fucked up, man.
Fresh off the press.
He's begging me out. He's giving me dick pics. Yo, look, you gotta put that shit in context, motherfucker. Don't be look at you. Don't be shit. He's begging me out. He's giving me dick pics. That's so fucked up.
Man, I wonder the dude that said shit. You know him? I wonder if somebody gave him the idea to keep doing that. You know what I'm saying? Because he done did it in a lot of
Absolutely.
Yeah, I seen what's the last?
that.
You ever seen Five Bloods on Netflix when he played the soldier?
Yeah,
when
he
he
did
was getting shot at, he got hit. He said, "Shit."
Yeah.
That's his signature shit, man.
Shit, man.
Well, just like Tom Cruise has to run in every movie, is just like Travolta had to dance in every movie.
Yes.
Hey, let me ask you something. Tom Cruise is 61 now, I think. 61.
Something like that. Yeah.
That
like
motherfucker still doing his own stunts, jumping off planes, off trains, jumping off fucking mountains and shit, bro. That's crazy, bro.
But man, he could run, man. I remember that fucking Collateral when Jamie Foxx was running like a girl from him. I said, "Ain't no way he's getting away."
That Collateral was crazy.
That's a good ass movie though.
That shit, because it was like they both was just like, it's like Jamie played the shit out of that character, man, and he was so.
That was a sleeper movie, Collateral. That's a sleeper movie.
Yeah, but Tom Cruise was dope as hell. For somebody to be able to play villains and heroes, and you could see the actual characters. That's what make them a really, really good person, and then you can see their signatures, right? Like everything with Denzel, you can see the signature in him, but you can actually see that character in him. Samuel Jackson, the same thing.
A lot of them, yeah.
A lot of them, you can just see that, and you be like, God, damn, they're really, really good.
I wanted to tell you something, R-Pain, because I know you watch From, and you on MGM Graham, so I know you watching it. Have you seen the new show called Earth Abides?
I can't watch the white boy.
That name sounds familiar.
Earth Abides is about a guy that gets bit by a rattlesnake, falls, goes into his cabin in the middle of nowhere, cuts his hand, tries to suck the poison out. He passes out. He wakes up in and out of consciousness for about 3 weeks. Hand swole up shit. But he ended up curing himself. He gets up. The entire world been hit by a pandemic. Everybody. The virus, people's bodies can't handle the virus. They all die. And it's only a few people that were immune to it. And all those people are finding each other. And the way they have to survive, but everybody ain't for them, bro. The animals are hungry. The rats are hungry. Man, they got
What's the name of it again?
It's called Earth Abides, bro. That shit is great.
Yeah, right. You know what? I'm so shallow because all I can see is him banging out the system. The white boy banging out. I know I got to get past it, but I just can't get past it.
I think they could have left that part out,
Yeah, it's really good, especially when you get to the point where you see everything on Earth start to collapse, and ain't nobody on Earth.
You don't make me watch that shit, man.
When the rats came, he said, "Why all the fucking rats are here? Because they fucking hungry.
Yeah,
they want to eat you, motherfuckers."
I'm watching. I haven't, because I still have it, but I haven't watched anything since The Godfather Harlem. I didn't think they had nothing else on there.
From is excellent.
Yeah, my daughter's trying to get me to watch that. Yeah.
Earth Abides. I'm watching that now because From is off, so it's until fucking next year. So I'm watching Earth Abides now. Earth Abides is amazing. I finished the last episode.
Does From have 1 or 2 seasons?
Shit.
It's the 3rd season now, right?
Third season?
So season 3.
It's going to be at least 5 seasons.
All right, because I'm gonna have to find some time to binge at least for a season then, so I can be right into the.
Do you have MTN channel?
Yeah, I do. I just haven't watched anything since The Godfather of Harlem. You know, I was just like,
You know, the funny thing is, though, man, for me, it's easy to binge because, you know, I have like a mild case of old man's insomnia. I don't even go to sleep.
Of course.
This is it, guys.
Yeah.
Hold on, that's from.
Go back. Yeah.
Earth the Bias. There it is right there.
Okay. I seen the whatchamacallit on it. Yeah.
You know what, man? I'm shallow, man. I guess I could skip past when he's banging her ass.
Still, our pay still got segregation and Jim Crow in his blood. Go ahead.
You know, RP, you just gave me an idea, man. You know, every time you watch Disney, they always putting some gay stuff in there. You know what I mean? You watch a Tyler Perry movie, they always putting some woman.
He's banging me out. He's giving me dick pics.
You know, they need to have a movie studio where there's always some brother banging out some white woman.
I'm just, you know what? I don't know why I'm so shallow because it's not like I haven't seen it. I don't know where to see. Bmun, thank you for not, because that's not what they're promoting. They're promoting the whole movie.
Yeah.
RP, since they want to normalize all this other stuff, let's go ahead and normalize that.
Yeah.
They even put that on TV.
And our pain, I think that one of the things that'll stand out too is them motherfuckers have to go out and hunt their own. The shit that we talk about on these shows.
Yeah,
With no cell phones, no electronics no more. He has to. He grew up on fucking tablets and shit. So now he got to go out and hunt, shoot a cow.
Oh, I'm about to watch that shit, man.
He got to go out, hunt, shoot a cow. He got to know how to cut that bitch up.
Yeah.
Meat, what to keep, what not to keep, how to bear the animal to keep predators away from the house, bro.
Yeah. Oh, I'm about to watch that.
Electricity, they try to find water and shit, bro. It's crazy, bro. If the world end up like that, motherfuckers will be dead, bro.
Oh yeah, it'll be motherfuckers, but it'll be motherfuckers dead because they be trying to steal from other people, and them other people gonna be shooting shit out their ass.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a whole bunch of people have to do security. It ain't gonna be no sleeping and shit and chilling. Yeah. No, you gotta what they call it, fire watch. Yep. You got fire watch right now. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
I gotta watch it. I'm watching. Right now.
I'm definitely watching that. I didn't know it was going to be that good.
I'm watching Utopia on Prime. I'm watching Utopia. Utopia is a British Utopia where they have 2 seasons.
Yeah.
Man, it's really not bad, but it also is a pandemic kind of thing. But what they're really trying to do is plan on population control.
Yeah,
it's really good.
I was watching Interview with a Vampire until they started sucking each other dick.
Yeah, once they got to the gay shit, I was like, all right, I'm done.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah,
you gotta watch the original. You gotta watch the movie.
The purpose of that?
You gotta watch the movie. Yeah. The movie with Anne Rice. I read all the books.
Tom Cruise was in that motherfucker, right?
He was the damn vampire.
But in the movie, not the series. With the brother who was
they put a brother in it and he had to be gay. Ain't that some shit?
The brother was he was the Unsullied from the goddamn Game of Thrones.
Wait.
Vampire.
Hold on. Which one did you say, RP? Which one you say?
You really want to see it where they only intimate the gay shit. It's the actual movie Interview with a Vampire, which was
okay. Yeah.
That was really good. But I read all the books. Because Anne Rice, but listen, vampires, they always had that little bisexual innuendo.
Yeah.
Right? But the books were so much, the books were fantastic. But when they made it, just like you, BMU, when I saw the shit on the series and they started doing that.
Yeah, I stopped watching that shit.
I said, oh man, I can't watch this shit no more.
Yep.
Hey, so RP, I didn't get a chance to tell you that was a dope show, bro. The show was dope as hell. Let me tell you what happened. The one reason why I'm saying that it was dope. Me and my lady was just looking at our wedding pictures. We got married in '94, and the shit. I had a white tux on. She had almost the same type of dress that your wife had. Because I was just looking like, wow. We had the whole thing with the bouquet throwing and the garter. And so, but what was so dope about it was that you was like, that person is there, that person is there. So when I looked at mine's, it was the same thing. But I was looking at how many people that wasn't there anymore. My grandma, I had like a bunch of great aunts and great uncles that wasn't there. The kids, like the ring bell, he got, how many kids he got right now? 3? I think he got 3 kids now. You know what I'm saying? The flower girl, I just seen her a couple of months ago. My flower girl, she got a family and everything now. But watching it, so I'm looking for the video. I got to transfer it over because of the VHS.
Right.
I got to transfer it over, and that's what I want to see again. My father was my best man, so that it was just, man, just to see how, you know, how people had changed. But we were just looking at our pictures, the wedding pictures and all of that stuff. And that was kind of dope that I saw you have the whole thing up. I said, this dude looking like Luther Vandross and shit. Tall and slim.
What happened to you? He's sending me out. He's giving me dick pics. And you got to erase that shit, man. You can't be that out of goddamn God.
You know what, JT, our pain, a lot of people don't realize, man, is that tomorrow ain't promised, man. Right. They keep pushing off marriage, all my career, this, that, and the other. And next, just like what JT said, you know, people ain't gonna be in that video no more, man.
Nope.
Yeah.
You know
I'm talking about,
like, I wish my mother was here to see me get married. Baby, you 50.
Yeah.
What was you doing? You was gonna wait till you retire to get married? You think your mom was gonna wait till you retire? No, that's not how this works.
And you know, it wasn't a hard, this was the thing about, I know with myself and a lot of my friends, the decision to get married back then was not that difficult. I got married at 22. It was already in my DNA before I graduated from high school. You know what I'm saying? That was always in the equation, because not only did I see it, but I saw what it did, the purpose of it, right? So when you got a front seat of seeing the purpose of it, and you see it, you know, be able to come to a point where you be like, damn, the kind of vehicle that thing is, and you want it to be that or even better, because you don't just see the good in it, right? You see the struggle, you see all these different things about it, and you like, all right. So it wasn't a scared thing. It wasn't a, you know, I don't know if I'm doing it right. I'm like, I'm just going to take this gamble. I knew it was a gamble, you know, and that was what it was then. And you had people getting divorces and stuff like that. You had people that was living with each other for 30 years and wasn't getting married and doing the do and all that stuff. But you understood it, what you wanted to do, because you heard so many different, you know, seen so many people have different takes on it. But when I saw it with my mother and my father, man, especially, they got married at 18 on prom night. So they didn't even go to their prom. They got married on their prom. And it was a huge wedding that they had. And it was the same thing with them, because I used to always watch, and I can't find that book, but they had a whole book of just their wedding pictures and their honeymoon, like for, you know, 2 years of after the wedding, and who got them, you know, who married them. They still knew it was, you know, it was like, dang, they knew everybody there. And it was over 250 people at their wedding. And people were still, 20 years after that, people were still talking about the wedding. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it was. And it got other people and it got them to want to be. But now I don't see that happening now, because, and we can understand it. I do understand it, why it's not happening the way it is. But man, just to see that with you had our pain, I was glued, bro. I was like, damn, that was dope. And the smile on your wife's face, and even like the confidence in your face, like it was like, nah, yeah, they like, we doing this. What they used to call it, taking the plunge. Yeah, like, well, fuck it, I'm all in. Now you just got a bunch of scared people, and rightfully so, because nobody actually understand purpose of it. That's the craziest part. So you got me to a point where I was just like, what the fuck I get a divorce for? I should have been like, you ain't going no goddamn way. I was telling her that.
Man, it was just good, because you know,
sit your ass down.
Good, man. It was tough, man. Every so often, man, certain parts of that, I said, I gotta get off camera.
On behalf of the policy committee, I just want to say pause.
Oh, so why did I come in on another man's? Oh, no.
World class. Stop that, bro. Let me don't stop that. Oh,
you got some explaining.
Explaining.
Don't say you got some explaining to do.
All right, so I got another one for you, R-Pain.
Oh, why they all directed towards me? Yeah.
Because you like these hoes. Let's see. All right, here we go.
Looks, money, and status in order to attract lots of beautiful women. How is the man not considered the prize?
Wow, that was mind blowing. You just mind blowed me.
I feel like because for them to have that, they have to pull the woman. So you can't pull the woman without all those things. So you're pulling the prize by having those things.
When it comes to dating and relationships, who is typically seen as the prize, the man or the woman?
Bitch. Yeah, the woman.
Okay, so if the woman is the prize, why even bother going out with a man in the first place?
I don't know.
That's a good
great
question.
The woman.
So who's the prize in a lesbian relationship? Both of them?
Both of them. Yeah, oh God.
Both be the prize.
So then why aren't they both the prize in a heterosexual relationship?
Because
I was about to say men are down here and women are up here.
Okay, so are women equal to men or are women superior to men?
For sure, superior.
Okay, so then why do women go around saying they want equality when they actually want superiority?
It's just for the look. So people just want to be like, oh, I'm going to go look for this, but they're actually looking
Okay,
for money.
why is it, do you know what the definition of chauvinism is? Chauvinism means one sex thinking they're superior to another. Why is it when men think they're superior, we call it chauvinism, but when women think they're superior, we call it feminism?
That's a great question.
That's a good question.
Got me stuck there. Yeah.
Is it possible for a bisexual woman to be submissive with a man but dominant with a woman?
Yes,
Isn't that called a switch?
I think so, yeah.
If men have it easier in society, would you be willing to switch gender roles with a man?
No,
Why not?
no. Pussy is power.
Why are women more likely to switch gender roles with another woman than she would switch gender roles with a man?
Again, pussy is power.
Okay.
I don't know.
So if pussy is power, why are women always talking about how hard it is to be a woman in our society?
Cause dudes ain't shit.
Okay. Why aren't guys allowed to say that women ain't shit?
Because that's disrespectful. What if your mama wasn't shit?
Well, once again, then why is it not equally disrespectful to say that dudes ain't shit? If women talk about equality.
Boy, you can tell the gears turning right now, boy.
Let me tell you something. Those questions need to be on every one of these goddamn Those questions need to be on every one of these goddamn panels with these goddamn women. The questions that he did, man, those were intricate questions. Understanding that you're not going to get great answers, because if they were honest, they'll say, "You right. I was wrong in my thinking." Like what he asked them was crazy. And what it came down to be was that it was misandry.
Yeah.
This whole concept that women have right now, if you ask every woman those questions, you can tell them, I'm going to ask you a set of questions, and you tell them all the questions you're going to ask so they can be prepared. You ask them those questions, and I guarantee you can give them questions a day before, and I guarantee they still will fail that shit. It is going to still come out to be either misandry or my thinking was wrong. I'm sorry.
JT, you know what's funny, man? They would rather look stupid than to admit fault.
Yep.
What kind of world do we live in where it's cooler to be a dummy than to be right?
It is to be right.
I don't get it, man.
Damn.
No wonder we got so many stupid people running around. They're choosing to be stupid.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Wait, and Lost, you also know that it be them women that think that they can answer questions. They try to be more balanced. They think they can answer them balanced. That's not a balanced type of
it's funny, when he got her and she knew she had been got, the default answer to get her man or the reset button was men ain't shit.
Men ain't shit.
That's the reason.
Equalizer, men ain't shit.
Yeah, hit the reset button.
Then he said, "Why?"
You could have just said, "Pussy is power." Every answer, pussy's power. Pussy's power. Pussy's
Right.
power. And unfortunately, it's too true.
Yeah.
And they just don't know how to wield it right. And when they did, the world was much better. But right now, run them up.
I don't see the world. This is what I don't see, fellas. I don't see the world. I don't see it going into this big ass haywire and it's just going to blow up and everybody die. I see the world being corrected. I see it. I can see, look what's happening right now. LGBT shit is going to hell. This feminist shit is already done gone to hell. It's just a matter of time where it has to keep going through the wave of everything, and then it's just gonna start correcting itself. Now, will it overcorrect? Yes, because it's always that's how the world has always went. It corrects, it balances, and then it overcorrects, and then rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. That's basically what I'm seeing right now. That shit. Not look at this, Glorilla. What's the other girl? Suki Hana, Megan a Horse. All of these women, do you understand that they're turning on them now? Like they don't have fans that they used to have. Like they're not, they have to cancel concerts now. They have to cancel concerts. Right. Megan Thee Stallion's the only one that you had the corporation, the Hollywood corporation actually wanted to win. They want her to win, but she can't win. Because she has nothing to come behind it. You got Glorilla probably. It's funny because she had that, like, you don't see them being able to eat off of their talent. At least when we had people that Hollywood, when we get, Hollywood and the fans, when they get tired of them, they be like, well, all right, fuck it. And then they disappear for a little bit, but they had classic music. They were really good actors or actresses. You don't have this no more. So they have these folks have nothing to fall back on.
And you know why, JT? Because they're manufactured like furniture.
Yep. Yeah.
Real musicians.
That's one of the things.
Like Prince lasts forever, man. Even when they're here no more.
Yeah, Prince had to die out of doing what he did, but he was true to the game. You know what I'm saying? He was so true to the game that he didn't care about hurting anybody's feelings by telling them actually how this shit goes. I am a perfectionist. Don't fuck with my goddamn craft or you're going to feel the wrath. That's basically how that shit went with Prince. And on top of that, there was no scandals. Why? Because actually Prince was trying to be a man of high morals, right? As a performer, you will see the salacious Prince and all of that. But when you hear him in interviews and stuff, once he got out of the being, he used to be very, what they call it? Shy. He was very shy, right? So once he got older, he started getting out of that shyness. And you start hearing his interviews, man, the dude was out cold and he was a man of morals. It was things he didn't do. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I don't have a whole bunch of women. You never heard of him being this player, right? But we also knew Prince had some badass women, some of the most beautiful women in the world that man had. You know how much of a damn unicorn you gotta be when niggas be like, don't look him in his eyes.
JT,
you got gangsters dancing to your shit.
Remember I told you a while back, this was about 5-6 years ago when they had the Super Bowl here in Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one of the girls I work with said she went to the all-white party with Prince. And she said she was with her husband. And she said Prince came in. He had a lot of people around him. His entourage was huge. And she said she walked up to Prince and she said, hi, my name is. And she said he hit her with that voice. It's very nice to meet you, my queen. Blah, blah, blah. She said when he touched her hand, she said if he would have told her to get on that piano and let me fuck you in front of this whole room and your husband, she said she would have done it. Mm-hmm. She said he had complete control over her when he shook her hand.
I believe it. Yeah, she was just a rancid bitch anyway, man. Come
on. She said she would have fucked him right there on that piano. I was like,
I don't know. That was Prince, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I know.
The thing is about Prince was
I don't know.
The majority of women he was fucking. So, I mean, Prince, they didn't have men clothes for him. This nigga, there was, I mean, the smallest you can get in boys is what, a 29? That nigga was wearing a 7. A 7 or 8.
Have you guys ever been to
wearing ruffled shirt?
Prince had on a 3T, brother.
But he was wearing ruffled shirt too.
You stupid. Oh no!
When Prince hit you with the
you know, black man, I don't know how much of a Prince fan you is. There's this shit funny.
But I ain't doing that. Cause I'm Tab Cap. The artist formerly known
as that's Debbie, right?
Bro. Your favorite songs. 1999, Purple Rain.
I ain't gonna be singing
but I ain't
that.
doing none of those. Cause I'm Tab Cap. The artist formerly known as
Me and my brother used to do that shit. We laughed so hard when we see that. That was Eddie. What was it? Eddie and Jamal. What was the name of it?
Yeah,
Eddie and Jamal. Malcolm and Eddie. Malcolm and Eddie. And I remember seeing that one right there. And me and my brother was going around telling us I'm the artist formerly known as
Y'all ignorant, man.
You know who copied him? You know who copied him and made a whole lot of money?
Who was that?
Old boy from that was the runner up on American Idol.
The big one?
No, the one that Let's Win.
Oh
yeah.
The Dr. Pepper dude.
Yes.
That boy say Let's Win. Tiny horse. Woo. Every time they offer, bro, I swear to God, I wish my brother was up right now. He worked like late, so he sleep. Boy, that me and my brother be laughing our ass off, especially when he said, I cannot put this toy together for my daughter. He said, give me the screwdriver. He said, let's swing with a tiny tool. Woo. Dude, everything is fucking. I love it, boy. That shit is funny.
Oh my God.
That's sweet.
I didn't know you was on American. I didn't know you was on American Idol. That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what he was. And when he lost, he tried to commit suicide. He almost died. They saved him though.
That's crazy.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
because that's really fucked up because he really didn't understand it.
The link at the top of the chat, man.
No, the craziest part is because most people understood that the exposure, even if you don't win, the exposure is just crazy, man. Look at my girl, the one that didn't win, and look where she's at now, right? She got her own talk show now. She had a great Jennifer Hudson. Yeah. Great career, man.
Yeah, he told her she couldn't sing. He said, I think your voice is horrible.
He told her, what's his name? Simon Cowell.
Simon Cowell told her.
Simon Cowell told her, but that was because she had to fight the nerves and all that. Because, man, once she got up there, because we thought she was going to win. Everybody thought she was going to win. Because she improved every week. She just kept improving. But I understood what Simon Cowell was also doing, too. He was the only one that was going to be like, nope, that's fucked up. You know why? Because you had goddamn Paul Abdul non-singing ass up there, and you had Jermaine Jackson, old simp ass, up there too. So you had to have somebody be like, no, fuck what they talking about. I know you ain't gonna make it. Right. So, now Jermaine,
that's Randy, man, not Jermaine.
I mean Randy. I'm calling this nigga Jermaine. Randy Jackson. I got to give it to him like this. I didn't know all the shit that Randy had did. Him and Simon Cowell both. They've had their hand in a lot of great music. These guys are super duper rich. I'm talking about super duper rich. They so rich where they like, I can't show you how rich I am. So that's why Simon Cowell was like, let me get these t-shirts and these tight ass jeans started just wearing this shit right here. These motherfuckers, they got money forever, bro. They got what R. Kelly's supposed to have right now. That's the type of money they got.
You talking to Jackson 5?
No, Randy Jackson, man. The nigga with the slick back. Look like he got a cat. What they call it? A cat lick?
Yeah. A cow lick.
You see that cow lick? That's what he got right now on that is it Name That Not Name That Tune? Yeah, I think it's Name That Tune. He's the piano player. He does the whole thing with the piano player.
Because he's a part of Hootie and the Blowfish, right?
Who?
No, not Randy.
No, you talking.
Randy Jackson was a producer for a lot of people.
Man. He used to produce
Who the fuck am I talking about?
You talking about Hootie and the Blowfish, man?
Yeah,
you talking about the country singer. You're right. No. That's my man though. I like him. What's his damn name? I can't remember his name.
Oh, I'm looking right at his black ass.
Yeah.
Hootie and the Blowfish.
Now, Hootie was not him. Hootie was actually the band. The Blowfish was the lead singer. Everybody thought he was Hootie. The band is Hootie. The Blowfish is the singer, the lead singer.
A lot of
That's fucked up, JT. Because I thought Hootie was the dude and the band was the Blowfish.
No. Like Jethro Tull, people thought he was just a person in the band. No, that's the name of the fucking band. God dang. Look, Leonard Skinner, same shit.
Right, Steely Dan. It wasn't one nigga. It was a group.
I know Steely Dan was a group. Yeah, but
shit, Queen was not his name. His name was Freddie Mercury. God,
Freddie Mercury.
dang.
Queen was actually the tribute to the actual Queen of England. So yeah,
exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a lot of them.
Hey man, I think old boy again, Queen. No, it's not shit. That shit drive me up the fucking wall, boy.
That's Queen right there.
But it's crazy. Like when you talk about like Freddie Mercury it was like there'd never be another Freddie Mercury. You know what I'm saying? And he didn't even know it. He didn't know how good he was, man. This motherfucker tried to kill himself so many damn times. His family was like, you ain't shit.
Do you know they study his vocal cords in college? And they have a college course teaching his vocal cords in college?
Yeah. It was actually his teeth.
His teeth was the That's why he never got his teeth. He got his teeth fixed. He been done.
They've been over with. It's just like, somebody would have gave Stevie Wonder eyes. He'd been blind.
I think Stevie can see right now.
Stevie can't see. We blowing Stevie kisses. He be telling us something.
Yeah, look, look, you remember that time he was on stage and the microphone fell and he caught that bitch before he hit the floor? I said,
Stevie can't see. That nigga was trying to give Beyonce the microphone and she was on his right side and the nigga kept sticking the microphone out on the east.
Every so often you got to make it look real. Every so often
I want to tell you,
that's the joke though. That's always been the joke too.
Hey, let Shaq be like Stevie can see.
I don't know if y'all have ever seen it when Stevie Wonder, they had him walking to his to the limousine. He got into the driver's seat and he took off. He took off driving. Y'all ain't never saw that shit.
I think a long time ago, but yeah, I'm thinking about the sentiment. If I looked up and saw Stevie Wonder drive my limo, I'm jumping out there. I'd rather take a broken bone and spinal injury than fucking being a Fuck that shit.
They showed that nigga. I think it was on Saturday Night Live or something because they did a couple of them with him. They did the Polaroid. I don't know if y'all remember. You probably weren't old enough. You probably wasn't even born then, BMU. But they had a Polaroid commercial where the people will go and the commercial be where they take the picture of each other with the Polaroid, right? So what they was doing, they had Stevie Wonder doing this Polaroid commercial playing tennis. Man, if I tell you, you probably can find it on you can probably find it on YouTube, but they had him playing tennis. That motherfucker's missing all the balls. So when they did him taking the picture, they had the damn camera upside down and backwards where the flash was in his eye. And he took the picture and the flash flashed him in the face. A lot of people tell you Stevie Wonder a Joan on your ass in a minute. He got jokes for days. You think you about to go? They say he got some jokes for your ass.
Yeah, you get to talking shit, he get on your ass.
They say Mike was the same way. It was like Michael Jackson. That motherfucker John on your ass.
Yeah, Mike had a deeper voice too. People don't know that.
Nah, we knew it because if you heard that song he did, "You Rock My World," you know, at the beginning he's talking to Chris Rock, right? I mean, Chris Tucker, and he said, "Mike, I bet you can't get that girl," and he was like, "I bet you I can." Remember when he did that? His voice was deep then. He was like, "I bet you I can." He said, I bet you never land you can't get her.
Yeah. See?
Oh, I can get her, Chris. I can get her.
Now, our cousin, y'all, Lil Boosie, was asked about Diddy being in jail. And this was his response. Our boy Boosie. Where is it at? Oh, there you go.
As a player, as a mannerism, you ain't gonna send that bitch back with nothing. You ain't gonna send her back with nothing. If it ain't number 300-400 for her to get through the airport. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And if she come to you by her night, men with power get off on buying women nice things. It doesn't make her a slut. It doesn't make her like she sold herself for those things. You flew to me, and I gave you $1,000 to go home with. If that's sex trafficking, if we gonna call that sex trafficking, we done let them build up a tool that gonna take down every successful black man that got. Cause mother, you know what's going on right now?
It's not just black men. Hold on.
Well, we're not black men. I don't get.
Yeah.
But it's
Don't
hard
just
on
put
us.
it all black men.
Okay, but it's
Every
hard
man.
on us.
He's right.
Fuck Vlad. I would have stood on that 10 toes down.
Yeah,
nigga, I talk about black men. Ain't nobody talk about y'all hunkies.
No, that's not true though. You know, they'll
No, I'm just saying if it's Vlad.
But what high profile white man in prison for that right now though?
Yo, but they are though. Every fucking man in America is under attack by this bullshit, man.
You know what I'm saying? But what powerful white man in prison
you
right
ask
now
me,
for
you
sex
ask me a question, I'll tell you. That bitch, Kathy Holcomb from New York City, changed the fucking law to get Donald Trump for this very fucking thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it put 3,000 men under it as a they didn't care about color. It's a war on men. And you know, so the rappers and all that shit. But it's an absolute war on all fucking men in America. All of them.
Hold on, y'all. I'll be right back.
All right, I can feel you on that, but answer the question: what high-profile white man is in prison right now for sex trafficking?
He didn't go to prison. They tried to get Donald Trump for that.
They tried, but I said, who in there now? Who's serving time?
I hear you. Listen, I don't know. Listen, all I'm just trying to tell you is just because the guy didn't go to prison, Diddy had a lot of other shit besides just sex trafficking on that list. I'm saying coming after Jay-Z for that is fucked up, and he's not in prison. So Diddy had a lot of other things. All I'm just trying to say is we can't be short-sighted on what's really going on. Black men might be at the tip of some iceberg, but this shit is a war on all men. All of us. All of us. You know, that's what we need to start talking about. And if you really look at all the cases that's coming out, they ain't just coming after black men. They're coming after all men. All men. You know, so I hear you. I know we want to talk about the black thing, but Bootsy's not, he's not wrong. Two things could be right.
You're right. You're not wrong.
To some extent, yeah, that's true. But you know, it may appear on the surface that every man, but not every man is going to lose everything. The brother's going to he's going to lose everything. The allegation, even they're going to be charged or whatever. That's part of the process. That's part of the damn circus that they're going to show. But in the end, he's going to be exonerated for everything. But a brother can have less. Whatever white guy is brought up on these charges. A brother will lose his life. He will lose everything.
Shit, Trump became president. He had those same charges against him. He became president. Diddy went to jail.
Got reelected.
Yeah,
but All I'm just trying. Listen, you guys are just. It's a false equivalency. It is you guys just not in tune with all the fucking white guy. I'm just saying. One of the biggest mistakes we make as black people is we act like every fucking thing's about us. Bootsy's conversation was about all men, and he used black men, and that wasn't wrong when he said that's just all men. It's all men. If you spend $1,000 on a bitch and she doesn't like what happened, it has no color to it. Right, so she might want to take down a rapper here and there, but anybody who does it, that means everybody's at risk.
Yeah, but the numbers ain't showing it.
Every
The numbers
man
are not
who
showing
has
it.
money
The numbers are not
is
showing
calling out
it.
a woman to get some ass. Every single one.
I understand what you said, Arpine, but the numbers not showing it.
I hear you. I'll
I'm
stand
saying the
down.
number, I know it's for all. I know you want to say all
men.
men. We can say all men, but the numbers are proving that that's not the case.
What numbers are you talking about? Because they got
but Donald Trump, our guy, Donald Trump had 36 fucking cases, 36 charges against him.
Yeah, but the
on a
charges
federal
against him
level.
were bullshit.
You can't say
He
that.
got convicted of those. He actually got convicted of those charges, by the way.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
he's the
but
president. Diddy ain't got
It's not
convicted
like
of
he
shit.
got-
He
he
can't get
wore.
bail.
So what?
Diddy didn't get convicted of shit yet. He can't even get bail.
Yeah, you can't. That's not the same. It's a false equivalency. It's absolutely a false equivalency. I mean, you're making these things so we can feel better because Diddy is not only in there for sex trafficking, and he wasn't the ex-president of the United States. He was just another rich motherfucker. So all I'm just trying to say, it's not that what's happening to him. Listen, we don't need to start feeling sorry for Diddy, okay? And we don't. Listen, I shouldn't say this. I'm going to say it the right way. This shit is not just a black thing. And if we just try to look at our little echo chamber and think that only black men are under attack, we're missing it. Because we have allies outside the black community who are concerned about what's going on. I just talked to you about Blake Lively saying this shit who destroyed a fucking man. They're making a movie, and she already has this guy losing everything over a fucking accusation of a movie where you gotta touch her. I mean, I'm just saying it's not just a black thing, man.
Okay, you're right.
Everything
So
that
let me ask
fucking
you this.
happens to us might be a microcosm of what's going on, but the bigger picture is that all fucking men are under attack.
Okay, let me ask you
We're
this.
all under attack.
What's the difference between Diddy and Hugh Hefner?
The time frame.
So Hugh Hefner right
The
now.
time
Hugh Hefner right now.
He's dead.
He's dead, right? But there's no difference between the two. They both did. So would you say Hugh Hefner was sex trafficking?
I don't agree that Diddy was sex trafficking. I don't agree that Diddy was sex trafficking.
Right.
I don't agree with that at all. Somebody's got to give me some proof.
No, let me help you all out, man. There's a difference. Matter of fact, let's take women off the table and let's use drugs, because I think when women get involved, people get emotional. So let's say Donald Trump bought a bag of weed. Okay, he bought it for himself, for his own personal usage. Didn't nobody know nothing about it. Okay. What Diddy did was Diddy bought weed for the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the issue. You know what I'm saying? You can't go around giving the neighborhood weed. You know what I'm saying? One is, for personal use, and the other one is, kind of gangster. That's some of that Harlem gangster action right there, where you feed the whole neighborhood turkeys. Just so nobody snitch you out.
Yep.
I think that's the difference. Because think about it. All those people involved with that Diddy situation, they knew what was going on, because he gave them a turkey to shut the hell up. But Trump paid one lady some hush money for his own private personal use.
Well, I was talking about Hugh Hefner, though.
No, the same thing.
Hugh Hefner had a house full of bitches.
Hugh Hefner had a bunch of girlfriends.
Right.
He didn't buy chicks to, hang out with the fellas.
But have y'all read Hugh Hefner's biography?
No.
You haven't had girls in that motherfucker 13, 14 years old.
He-
26, 27 years old. Come on.
Right, but this is the thing about with Hugh Hefner. Hugh Hefner was not doing any scandals. He would tell you he didn't do any. If that's the case, then you got Sammy Davis Jr., you got all these other old ass. So it goes back to our Payne's point, though. It goes back to our Payne's point. And we just showed a video that went to our Payne's point, too. It's a man issue. It's not a black or white issue. It's a man's issue. You seen all them white girls that when that man asked them all those fucking questions, what did they say? Women are superior because men ain't shit. That were white women that were saying that shit. So the thing is that the misandry was transferred to black women. White women, they was trying to get these motherfuckers. That was that whole feminist bullshit. They were trying to get white men. We get caught up.
I get what y'all saying. It's a
No, hold on. But it goes to your point. Let me finish this one right quick. Because this is the thing. You guys were just missing each other from this point here. What you're saying is absolutely true right now that you got, look at all these goddamn like P. Diddy, and you got the actor, what's his name, with the girlfriend. You got R. Kelly, Cosby, Eldridge, you all of these motherfuckers, Jonathan Majors, but you also have Johnny Depp. You also have the football player. You also have, so it's a man thing.
But see, stop right there. How many of them motherfuckers in jail? Johnny Depp didn't go to jail. He spent one night in that motherfucker. All the niggas you named locked up.
Now, the thing is this. It's more of the nature of it. So when you can't compare apples to bowling balls when you're looking at it. Like when he was saying Donald Trump, you know how much of a man thing this is when you got a motherfucker that was, first and foremost, when you got sex trafficking. If that's the case, let me tell you why they getting our ass. Do you understand that going to a strip club is called sex trafficking too, but it's legal? How, Sway? Sex trafficking, understand this. People keep looking at sex trafficking as human smuggling. Two different motherfucking things. Sex trafficking is only a technicality for when somebody is paying somebody for sexual activities, whether they were grinding on them, sucking their dick, or fucking them. The shit is still the same thing. They make one thing illegal while another thing is still legal.
But the way they explained it, but the way they explained it is, if I call tomorrow and I say, hey, Milani, I need you to fly down to Texas. And Milani fly down to Texas, and I bang Milani out all weekend. I give Milani $2,000 and say, all right, baby, thank you for the weekend. You have a good evening. And she gets on that plane and go back. That's sex trafficking.
It's not just that.
Exactly how they explained it.
Now watch this. I don't know if you've ever seen the sting that they used to do where they get motherfuckers on the prostitution thing, right? They was like, we got to crack down on these Johns. The man didn't fuck the woman. Only thing they did was exchange money. That was it. That was the only way they could get them. By just giving her money, right? Yeah. So then it's the same thing in a strip club. I'm sitting here, and not only am I giving you money, bitch, I'm throwing money and I'm putting it in your G-string and I'm throwing money at you.
But she's not traveling, though. She's not traveling, though. So you can't say it's trafficking.
It is trafficking because the other girl wasn't traveling either. They get them in a hotel. Look, they're at a hotel. They get to talking about shit. They get to making the deal. How much? $25, $50, $60, right? The dude be like, okay. He give her the money. That's when they come in.
Okay,
she ain't traveling nowhere. That's sex trafficking. That's the charge they get.
They listen. They didn't change that shit, bro. I'm gonna pull a video up of the prosecutor saying sex trafficking, and Sonny Halston, who is also an ex-prosecutor. She said sex trafficking is any man who pays a woman any type of money
across state lines.
Across your state line to fly into your state where you reside and do sexual favors for you or not. If you pay her and she came in on a plane or a bus and she had to travel to do it, that is sex trafficking.
Okay, then the passport bros is getting fucked up then. Every nigga that get a bit flown out is a sex trafficker.
No, it's not the same. See, it's like, I'll put it to you like this. Let me put it in a way that y'all can understand. Say, for instance, JT, we go to the zoo and we go visit a panda on loan from China. Because normally they don't loan out their pandas. You know what I'm saying? That's panda trafficking. Because that panda belongs to China. So we go down to our local zoo to go see Ming Ming, the Chinese panda. You know what I'm saying? But if me and JT get on a plane and we go to China to go see Ming Ling, that's not trafficking, even though we still saw the same panda. You see what I'm saying? It's all about moving the panda from one place to the next. That's the trafficking.
And I'm saying it still goes to the whole thing with the strip club. At the end of the day, it's still sex trafficking. If you look, it's a bullshit law. That what I'm saying.
Now JT, you would be right. JT, you would be right if the panda lived there at the strip club forever.
No, I'm right because this is the thing.
That's the panda's permanent home.
You do understand that these strippers, they go from one state to the next state. The ones that they got these bitches on fucking billboards, right? You go to a gentleman's club, you will see the feature, right? Yeah. This bitch coming from goddamn Nevada all the way to goddamn Atlanta.
Well,
right?
Let me ask you this, JT.
And she's a porn star.
JT, let me ask you, if she doesn't have a permanent residence, is it really trafficking?
I don't. So you're right. The technicalities. Now, this is the thing. This is where I don't want to get too far into the minutia, because what I'm saying is this. You're right. Technically, you're right. But what I was saying also was that this is how they were getting a lot of men locked up for a long time. Because if you're talking about, with the prostitute thing, right? When you're talking about soliciting, right? Soliciting, that's one, but that's a misdemeanor. So then they find a way to stick them with the trafficking. So now this is the thing. They got all these dudes doing this whole getting her flown out and flued out and all these different things. And now you got a nigga that got a little bread. He ain't got to be a P. Diddy. He ain't got P. Diddy money, but he got enough money, right? Where he getting these girls flued out and he telling them he cash apping them and shit like that. That's a technicality that'll fuck them up, bro. It's a bullshit law. That's all I'm saying. Now, we can go back and forth about all that. I'm just saying it's just bullshit law.
You find
it's against men. It's not just black men or white men. It's against men.
Let me ask you this. Say, for instance,
Payne.
One second. It's against men, but niggas are the only ones behind bars.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying.
I agree with that too.
White men are at home.
You're on mute, Payne.
Diddy in jail. R. Kelly in jail.
Payne, you on mute.
Epstein got deleted in jail. They set the whole thing up for him to get deleted in jail.
Yeah,
it's not a black thing. We keep missing the fact that we have allies in this fight, and we want to just make it a black thing. It's not. It's not.
The only people being destroyed is niggas.
It's not.
You got to, what you mean?
It's not. I mean, just open your eyes. Look at more than just black people in jail.
I'm asking you how many high-profile billionaire white men are in jail right now by name or celebrity.
In jail.
Hold up, Epstein. He committed suicide. So
allegedly,
that's bullshit. He got deleted.
By name or celebrity.
He was how many billionaire white men with a list that they won't release.
Right, and that list ain't nowhere. Is it? Where is it? All the white men on that list. What is it?
You already know we got we got Google.
Tom Hanks come out? You think little Tom Hanks, Leonardo DiCaprio, all these motherfuckers gonna come out? You think they're gonna let that list come out? Yeah. Shit.
You missed it, man. I tried to use a Pounder Bell, but they didn't like my Pounder idea, so they just
I liked it. It was good. I understood it.
Look at man. Whenever you want to have a good time, man, I'm gonna have Mingling the Pounder out in the backyard.
we bear the brunt of a lot of bad things, but I'm just trying to say we keep missing opportunities to say that everything bad thing ain't just about us. It's not. And so men are under attack in America, period. In the West, period. I mean, it's all over the place. I mean, we're sitting down here, we're sitting down here just thinking we're the only ones getting, okay, Diddy's in jail. It ain't just for sex trafficking.
So look at this. Let me. I just Googled this shit. So the list is Sean Puffy, Sean Diddy Combs. You got who is this guy named Keith Rayner? Y'all know who that is?
No.
What's his rap name?
R. Kelly Rayner committed as small. He's a Smallville. It say Keith Rayner was arrested on charges including sex trafficking, conspiracy to commit forced labor. Smallville actress Ellison Mack was arrested for similar charges, coercing women to sexually activity.
Yeah, that's the white girl
with Rayner.
Right.
So that was a white guy.
That's a white girl.
Coerced. So we got to go to that. Thank you, Dr. Nkumbe, for telling us this 6 months ago. So coercing is changed. So say, for instance, I say, hey, girl, I want some of that pussy. She say no. I said, come on now, baby. I mean, you give me some of that pussy. Come on. At that point, I'm coercing her into having sex. And after I get done, she can call the police and have me fucking arrested for SA and rape.
Okay,
yeah.
But that's not because you're black.
So no, but watch.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Yeah. So let me finish the. You got Keith Rayner, you got R. Kelly, Jeff Epstein with that woman that he was with, Andrew Tate. Who else? That was
allegedly.
He's
right. It's a case. It's a case on him. But
you gotta say allegedly, man, because you know these folks come back and sue.
They dropped his case.
Oh yeah, they did. They dropped the whole case. Matter of fact, he did a countersue. So yeah, but it's a couple of other ones. I understand what both you guys are saying, man, but it's still I'm more leaning towards what Arpain was saying is that it's still a man thing. Period. It's a man thing. I understand.
It doesn't make you wrong, BMU. It doesn't make you wrong. I'm just
no, it
saying.
doesn't make him wrong because the niggas are. I mean, the black dudes are in jail. So I understand. What I'm saying is this: it's still against men, but of course, when you looking at the ones that's suffering, at a high rate, it is the black men. It is the black men.
BMU just saying the ratio is a little different. You know?
The ratio is
population,
but they both got the same enemies. That's my whole point. Both of them got the same. And what we just seen from the video that you showed, black man, our enemies are fucking women. Right. And now let me say this: it's really? Mostly. I think it would be mostly white women than it is black women.
But not against black men. Black women
against men. They don't give a fuck.
Say it again, JT. Is what?
White women.
But no, say it over. The whole thing. I missed it.
I said so with when you're talking about the Miss Andre, right?
Yeah.
I would tend to think that it's more white women that don't like men, and I'm talking about all men, than it is black women.
No, that's not true at all.
I can tell you. I can tell you that it is true because it's not as many black women than it is white women that's out here in the dating field.
No, you don't see white women complaining about black men being mean to them, though.
So don't.
Yeah.
Who?
Black women hold. Black men
being mad at brothers.
No, but we're not completely against what you're just saying. But when you look at the global statistics,
it's all high.
But black women. Oh, you're right here on social media. You could just do a unscientific experiment. Black women hold black men in the deepest contempt you'll ever. It's all over the place. It's all. I mean, every random video. TikTok is a haven for the hatred of black or the contempt for black men. If you want to go look and piece together a string of black women who have anything good to say about black men, it'll take you maybe 2 days to get around 5 or 6 good videos.
And then go ahead.
But if you want to find a string of a video for women at post after post after post with just contempt for black men, you probably could do it in a half hour, 2 hours.
Yes. So, but this is the difference. Our community is a lot smaller than theirs.
I understand.
And black women, by a long run, prefer black men than any other man that's out there.
I don't believe
for
that's
whatever
true.
reason.
I don't believe that's true.
Well, maybe it's not. Maybe I'm using the word prefer a little bit different, but they're relegated to us. Ain't no other man.
That's the word.
Yeah,
relegate is the word.
Right.
Relegate.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me, guys. I want to share something with you. Hold on just a second. Cheerio. Listen, I was just reading here, and it says here, Arpain, it says,
okay,
young black men are disproportionately prosecuted for human trafficking. Watch this, which includes sex trafficking. Here are some other statistics related to the human trafficking and based on race. Watch this. Arrests made. Black adults make up over a third of adult prostitution arrests, and black children make up 51% of all juvenile prostitution arrests. Let me keep going. Traffickers' awareness. The highest human being trafficked are black girls. Let's go down. Federal court charges. Here we go for the federal court charges. In 2022, 77% of defendants charged with slavery, forced labor, and sex trafficking are black men. 77% of the motherfuckers that are in jail are black men. Now, we're going to keep saying it's a man problem, or we're going to say these a nigga problem, because 77% of the fucking federal court charges were on black men in 2022 and 2023.
That's where we would. That's what. No. I agree with it. I agree with it. But that's why I said we was missing each other.
No, we ain't missing it. We're not missing it. Okay.
Go ahead.
So, BMU, I know it sounds like you scored a point, but what statistic doesn't have more black people under that thing than that? The fact is, hold on. Let me finish before you go off the deep end. How many of those people are actually innocent or guilty? How many of those people are actually innocent or guilty?
Arpain, it really don't matter. They got stopped.
Right? No, but it does matter.
Whether they got convicted or not, they got stopped.
But it does matter though.
No,
it may matter from the point he's trying to get to.
The proportion to the population does not match.
Yeah, but it never matches in any other statistic either.
Hold on. That's for 2024. In 2024, hold on. In 2024, so for 2024 so far, it says out of 201 defendants charged with peonage, slavery, forced labor, and sex trafficking in the fiscal year of 2021, it stays the same. 78% were black males. Black males. 1,657 persons were in the custody of state prisons serving sentences.
Are those guys doing it? Listen, is it just okay? When you use that statistic, right? When you say 78% of the people who might actually be involved in sex trafficking, if you're telling me that 78% of black men get stopped for sex trafficking, that's not true.
No, they were charged with it.
That's not. Well, hold on now. Wait a minute. Out of the universe of black men who's here, the 8 million or 20 million of us who are here, whatever many black men are there, they're saying out of the people who might be in the life of sex trafficking, they're arresting black men more than anybody else. I don't know what the real numbers are, but that's not 78% of black men. That's 78% of men.
Whoever did the crime.
Right. So we take these statistics and make it act like every black man, 78% of us are doing that. That's not true. That part of it is not true. I don't know what those real numbers are. So it sounds crazy.
Arpain, to what you said earlier, you're right about the number. You know what I'm saying? It's not a representation of the total population. But what we're trying to say is that the numbers seem to suggest that black men are being cherry picked for some strange reason.
No, I agree.
We're not including the entire package.
But I agree with.
Okay, so I agree with that.
Out of this type of crime,
every bad thing in terms of crime, we are at the top of every list. Drugs, sex trafficking, petty criminals, all of that shit. So what I'm saying is, I don't disagree that there's low-hanging fruit to get convictions against black men. But that doesn't mean all men are not under attack. It doesn't. They just spend, they get their statistics built up on our backs, just like they do with everything else. Right? So I'm not saying you're wrong being you.
Here's the thing, Arpain. We're talking about sex trafficking. That's what's on the table.
Yeah,
we're not including. Well, listen, we're not including all crimes. We're talking about this.
I agree with you.
Crime, that's all.
I agree with that, but I'm saying that it's not unusual that black people are the low-hanging fruit of this particular crime. Right. Because we're at the low-hanging fruit of every other crime, even if we're not talking about it.
But do you guys agree? Do you guys agree or not agree that that charge that they're bringing up that make this whole big thing, even with the P. Diddy, whatever, that the sex trafficking crime that they have with the technicalities that go behind that charge is a bullshit charge. We may have to do a show on this. We may have to do some research on this and do a show on it, because I'm telling you, it's a bullshit fucking charge, bro.
Let me ask you a question. Let me put it a little bit different. Black man, let me ask you a question. Okay. Say, for instance, you were the dog catcher, okay? Or the cat catcher. And it was your job to round up all the stray cats, okay?
Yeah.
So one day, our pain goes down to, the place where you pick up a pet cat, right? And all of a sudden he notices that all you have in jail are black cats. He really had his heart set on picking up a white cat. And you tell Arpain what?
Hey, that's all
the black cats doing all the time, man. And we already know that they make different colored cats. We already know that different colored cats.
Already picking up the black ones off the street.
It just so happens that all of the cats that black men of filter got in jail are black cats.
You black cat racist.
The black cats are the main ones creating all this havoc in the street. All the bad luck, causing people having problems. So now all of a sudden, every black cat known to man is locked up down at BMU's cat factory. Call it the catastrophe. The catastrophe club, you know what I'm saying? And our paying wife said, "Look, I want a white cat because I want to name him Snowball, and I want you to get it from here." And Black Man Unfiltered was like, "Hey man, he ain't got no white cats, man. White cats, they popular in these days. They popping.
You extra. You want me to catch a white one?
I ain't number these loose black cats out here, man. When you think that'll be strange, our pain?
All we got is tux. That's all we got. The best I can do is get you a black and white cat.
Right, and I want to add this too. Aerosmith is a huge band. Oh my God, Aerosmith is a huge band.
Yes, they are.
If you were to dig into their trips and their flights,
they
have done way more than R. Kelly and Diddy.
And it was sex trafficking. It was definitely sex trafficking because they was taking bitches on the tour from one state
bitches on camera saying, bitches on camera saying Steve Tyler got me on the plane. All I remember is waking up. I went to sleep in California and woke up in Vancouver, Canada.
Yep, with a dick in my mouth.
If that ain't trafficking, I don't know what the
it is. No, that's why I was saying it was a bullshit ass charge, because that's what they were trying to get R. Kelly on. By the way, who did not get convicted of that at all.
Right. He got convicted of RICO.
For a nigga now.
Everything they was getting him on was RICO charges on some other bullshit that didn't even have anything to do with people think.
R. Kelly had the pandas imported from the local zoo, to his private personal pet.
Yes.
That's the difference.
Yeah. And they were willing to go, but they were willing to go.
It doesn't matter.
Right.
The Fed's gonna come get your ass. It don't matter.
That's why.
You gave that bitch $1,000 to when she flew over here. Oh, trafficking, get it.
But BMU, that's why I asked the question that can we, if we look into that the technicalities behind that charge, I guarantee we will agree that is a bullshit charge.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because what they have doing, because you got to remember, they got people thinking that smuggling and trafficking are the same. I'm talking about the idiots. The motherfuckers that hear all these goddamn stupid ass stories, those stupid ass idiots, they have in their mind. They don't have in their mind that a motherfucker sat back and told a gang of girls, you know, we gonna have y'all over here. We got a couple of, you know, they from strip clubs and all kind of shit. We gonna give you a little money or whatever. You come out there and you come on tour with me. They ain't saying it like that. What they think motherfuckers is doing is putting these bitches in shackles, shackling their necks and their hands and all of this shit and throwing them in a goddamn freight truck and transporting these bitches and having them as slaves. Think about what they did with R. Kelly. They had it thinking these girls, they were sitting there talking about this nigga had them chained up. And whenever he wanted to have sex with him, he had him in this dungeon. We know goddamn when the nigga was like, I was on tour. What the fuck y'all talking about? There wasn't nobody listening to that.
And his
listening to it.
Wife, right, but and his ugly ass fucking wife. Oh my God, he hog tied me like he just
that's some bullshit.
And right after that, she in the limo listening to Happy People with her new fiance.
So that's why I was saying that, of course, black man, I'm like, I'm with you on the whole thing where, no, they targeting the shit out of these black motherfuckers. But I'm also with Payne when he say, no, nigga, it's a man thing. It's really, but we just suffering the consequences at a large rate in our community.
The Me Too movement wasn't set up.
Abortion
The Me Too movement didn't start just to
abortion
get
is
black
okay.
men.
So when you consider abortion a woman thing,
Yes, absolutely.
when what you say you gonna consider abortion just a woman thing or a black woman thing?
No, it's a woman thing.
Okay, so you do understand almost 30 million babies are dead under the law of abortion by black women. You do that. That's double. That's double every other ethnicity combined.
So then my concentration, this is the thing. I won't negate to say that it is a woman thing, but my what I'm concerned about is the black women. Right? My concern, I don't give a fuck about them other ones, but I'm not going to negate to say that it is a woman thing. But I ain't fuck them. I'm talking about the black women, right? I'm going to concentrate on you. That's what I'm saying. You understand that it's a woman thing, but I'm going to concentrate because look at what the fuck you doing type of thing, right? With everybody, you know, that whole thing, everybody else is doing it. I ain't talking about everybody else. I'm talking about your monkey ass. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Let me ask you a question. Here's my thing. That's cool to say that, you know, we're only concerned with black women. But my thing is how are we supposed to let them know that they're out of line if they're not doing what everybody else is doing? Wouldn't you think that if we as black men were out of line, they would say, hey, look, these other men are providing for their wives. How come you're not providing for yours? You know, I think we give women a scapegoat when we say, are we only concerned about them? We're not worried about nobody else. But if it goes against the norm of what everybody in totality is doing, then that's a problem. And if we don't hold them accountable, we can't expect them to listen to us.
No, I understand that part. That's why I'm still saying that both still exist. It's a woman problem and it's a black woman problem. It's just what it is.
Well, both are true, but listen, all of it is part and parcel. I think the program was geared towards blacks and black people and what Sanger looked at as the inferior race. That's why most of course. Okay. And black women have accepted the decadence of every liberal shit that's been put in front of them. They champion every bad fucking thing in the world. And so deleting babies doesn't surprise me, but it's also indicative of their contempt for black men. They don't want, so on one hand, they'll have the babies for guys, the monkeys in the forest, but they don't want the ones who think they have a future. They're gonna delete your baby. They got channels dedicated to killing, to deleting babies. So I'm just saying, it's all of it is connected. The psychosis in the black community stretches across everything. We're victims. We're easy targets. We're low-hanging fruit for law enforcement, especially black men, and the women are low-hanging fruit for programming, right? Because they are really programmed, right? You saw how they acted after a charlatan like Kamala Harris didn't get elected. Everybody could see she was a charlatan. So all I'm just trying to say is we got real major issues. I'm just saying to men that I think we are stronger when we look at ourselves as part of a collective, even though we're the most under attack. You saw Game of Thrones, the Unsullied was a black army, but they put them in the front. You know, and even though that's not a metaphor for what I'm saying, but that's what they did. They put us in the front for all of that shit, but it's not like everybody ain't under attack. I mean, I can sit down here and give you a litany of white men who've been destroyed under false pretenses, but I don't want to do that because I don't want to sound like to say black men are under more of attack. We are. We know that. But that's for everything. We're the microcosm for everything bad that's going to happen in the United States. If I wanted to study the fall of the United States, I would look in the black community first and see how it's going down, what the degradations are, gayness, the transgenders, all that shit, all drugs, disease, all that stuff they levy on us as an experiment to see if it's going to spread to the other communities. And the drugs for certain, right? They didn't care if we were deleting each other over crack, but as soon as meth became the number one choice of the poor white, all of a sudden now it's a mental disease.
Yep.
You know, you said earlier you said that our women have contempt for us, right?
Big contempt.
Why do you think that is?
I only pull on a certain string. I just think that, I think that part of it is programming, but there's a lot of receipts that they could take. One, that even at our strongest as black men in this country, we couldn't protect them.
Let me ask you this: Why can't we
protect them?
Because we was tied to the tree with our asses up in there, getting fucked in the ass.
Hold on, black man. Our pain. Why can't we protect them?
No. I said back in some of the days we couldn't protect them. Jim Crow, slavery, we couldn't. Certainly, we couldn't.
Well, what about
after we got our freedom? They still, if you look at the Tulsa stuff and all the bad things that happened in the black community, the black men still seem powerless to stop it. Right? I don't think it's as true today as it was back then, right? But until the end of Jim Crow, that white men were still able to walk into our homes and do what they wanted. They made our women, at one point, they made our women work as right? So I mean, we didn't have no, so even if we were against our better judgment, and this is what Joy Reid did to my man Byron Donald. She used one of the examples to say that when he talked about the marriages in Jim Crow, it was the lowest blow I ever heard of somebody say to a man on TV. Because she used the example. What about this family where the whites came in the house, raped the wife, did this and did that? Where was your black protection at? You know what I'm saying? It was unfair, and it was really unfair. It was something that she said, and I hated her ever since she said that to him because she knows better.
Well, Arpain, let me ask you this.
I think women help. I think some residuals still exist because the feminists could use that against them.
Well, let me ask you this. Would that be possible today? Do you think somebody can just walk into your home and just do whatever today?
I think it's less possible today because all of us are smart enough to be armed, and we're going to go out swinging.
Okay.
Right. A lot of men are going to go out swinging this time.
Now, the reason why I asked that is that if we're able to protect them, right? And now we're making money because you can check the stats. We get money.
Yeah,
so
we're making money.
Protect them now, and we can provide for them now. Why is there still contempt?
Because it's because social media helps, right? Because a lot of those women can't get those men that are going to actually step up, right? Because there's not as many of us to go around because we're either taken or they've chosen to be something that's not marriageable. Women have actually chosen to be unmarriageable. A lot of
them. Why do you think they've chosen not to be marriageable?
Well, because they bought into the feminist leftist bullshit. Right?
Well, let me ask you
know
this.
that. We
What's
know that.
in it- let me ask you this, Arpain, what's in it for them? Because people are only going to do what's something.
Okay, I can tell you what's in it for them. It being liberal and being on the left side, they're being coddled. Their egos are being.
It makes them lazy.
No, it's not just lazy. Remember now, black women in general have an uncanny inferiority complex.
Why is that?
Well, we kind of know why it's that, right? Because that's why they don't want to look like the way they should look, right? So that's one. So they're easily manipulated because all you got to do is tell them something that's in their favor. That's why panderers make so much money off of them. Just tell them all the shit that they want to hear, and you got them. And if you could point a finger at what their biggest issue might be, like the black man, it's just all over the place. Not okay. I know I can't stand saying this. There's a cadre of women who are off the plantation, but I'm saying this last election is a metaphor for what I'm saying. If 92% of black women still voted for Kamala Harris, knowing that she ain't black and she wasn't best for the country, there's a psychosis behind that. It's not just, and the fact that so many black men, sycophantic, I don't want to say sycophantic, so many black men are still with them. We're starting to see by the numbers how people are starting to think. Right. So I'm just saying, I don't want to, I just think the black women in our country, they have an issue, and it's not all of us, it's not black men's to fix. Because just like you said, there's never been a time in America where there's more successful black men out there than ever.
Right.
But they want those black men to acquiesce to them as opposed to them being what a black man wants. That's where the big problem is. You want a black man that's on his grind. He don't want no fucking chick that he's coming home. He's got to bow to put her on a pedestal. Like that guy Yada.
That goofy ass nigga. Yeah, he goofy as fuck.
I'm not gonna sit down here and look up my wife's skirt and put her on this pedestal. She's gonna look at me like, that's crazy. That's not what most women should want from their man. You can't lead from looking up a girl's skirt. How the hell are you the leader and you looking up her, you looking up her drawers?
Now, the thing also,
he said, let me just say this, and I'll stop. He says all of this bullshit, but he never says what his wife, is giving to him. What is she doing to you?
He screwed himself, Arpain. He screwed himself by saying he had 2 wives, right? Remember, have you seen the debate he had with the coolie guy?
Yeah, with him, I saw some of that, and there's the one he had with Anton.
So he was sitting back trying to talk shit about the guy, the coolie guy, of having one woman that was a baby mama, whatever the fuck he was talking about, right? So then the coolie guy asked him, how can you say something about me when you're basically doing the same thing I'm doing, right? You said that you had 2 wives. We already know in America where you got 2 wives at legally. Then he had to say it. He said, well, I got one woman that I married, and the other one is my girlfriend. And so what he was saying was this, it's like, nigga, what the fuck? And then mind you, the women that he with, they already had children before they got with him also.
Before you go too far though, JT, before you, but lit.
No, I just wanted to make the point from what you was just saying.
Right.
They're lost in translation. That's what it comes down to, because they don't know who the fuck to follow. Only thing that they're doing is saying, I like this person because they agree with what I'm in alignment with. And then when a motherfucker is not, he's misogynistic, he's this, he's that, he's this, he's that. They're lost in translation. And that's what it is. So that's what it is. Simply.
I hear you, Joe. My whole thing is that I think the biggest problem with our relationships, I don't think it's no longer. I don't think it's really no longer a man's fault. I think women need to go under the correction that they need to go to, or else do what they're doing. Stay marryless, stay childless. And I just will tell black men, you know, you do what you can to find to cull the herd to see if somebody you could want to marry under your conditions. And if you can't, you got to go outside. You just got to go. You just got to go choose somebody else, and she might not be black. Not just you got to have a white girl, but there's so many black women around the diaspora. I just say that when black women say the same thing, well, the black men ain't giving me, they can't take care of me, they can't provide. The point is that nobody's really checking for an angry black woman. Nobody's really checking for that. You know, white, black, are indifferent.
They're screwing, but they ain't going.
The notion that two adults who are in this economy, in this world, that only one person has to pay and the other one can have as much money, but her money shouldn't go to the family. It shouldn't go to the future. It should just go to her creature comforts. It's only something that a woman under complete delusion and idiocy would think of.
I agree.
And it's not worth arguing over. So if a woman says you're not a good man unless you could pay all the fucking bills, so what are you doing with your money? And there's not enough assholes on these panels who would charge up a woman who says that. So if I marry you, what the hell are you doing with all the money? You're working. What are you doing with it? And nobody challenges these women. Nobody says anything. Just sit down there and nod like an asshole. It's infuriating. That's why, like, I stopped listening to a lot of this channel because nobody really says what they need to say to these goddamn chicks.
Yeah.
What are you doing with all your money? What are you doing?
And you know another thing, Arpain, these motherfuckers ain't even married. It's a lot of them. This is where I have a problem. This is where I have a problem with. Like, I love listening to. That's why I love listening to when I hear you speak. I hear Coach Ferd speak. I hear Mr. Bennett speak. The funniest thing is that cats will sit back and say, "Well, you out the game, so you really, you know, you're outdated." No, you're not. You're actually where they're trying to get to. I'm telling you, when you have women that are, you know, it's not like you're not going to have problems in your marriage and stuff. But when you got a woman that's at a point where she's in a point where she understands that, okay, this is the struggle that I have in life, and then she say, and I got a husband right here that I got to go through the struggle with. They're not going to be sitting back complaining with no goddamn strangers on no goddamn panels about it. That's why, like, with guys like y'all don't get here and y'all don't be like, these bitches ain't shit. The first thing you would say is, in my observation, this is what I see. But then what you have to do, with what you end up doing is delineating, right? I've been with my woman for this amount of time. I've been with my wife. This is what me and my wife do. And when you're giving people principles, right? They didn't got to follow the exact principles that you guys have, but what you guys are telling them is that we have principles. That's when every guy tunes out. Fuck that, because they go into their own little thing, right? So if you got a man that's in a relationship, but he can never get to a point of marriage, and he has a woman that he cannot get to be in unison with him, he's going to have a problem with you. He's going to have a problem with Coach Ferg. He's going to have a problem with Black Man. Any man that's married, they're going to have a problem with it. And what they're going to do is kind of like what the women do. They're going to try to disqualify you from the points that you're making because you are already arrived at the point from where they're trying to get to. You like, I've been here for a minute and we got problems, but we've learned how to fix it.
You know what they miss? You know what they miss, JT? That it's not when you don't arrive. You have to keep maintaining.
No, that's what I'm saying.
No, that's your point. The point really is.
Yeah, you surpass what they talking about. You like, we did it.
right. I mean, you gotta make all that shit. You can't just rest on your laurels and think everything is cool.
That's a good point.
You got to be scaled.
So the skills always, you got to always work at this thing, and the work doesn't mean drudgery, right? Because in every relationship that's successful, there's I call it like a jet stream, right?
Mm-hmm.
The headwind is going and all that shit's going, and you just sailing, right? Me and my wife don't have arguments. Not anymore. We don't have arguments.
You know what, our pain? It's only drudgery when you don't want to be there. Let's just keep it 1,000.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
You're
trying to find everything. You're trying to find every reason why you should leave. You're trying to find every, you're trying to justify why you're getting ready to do the bullshit you about to get ready to do. That's when the treasury, that's when it comes in. But when you're like, nah, what we do is that to keep the balance, because it always do this. And we always working to keep it here. We're working to keep it here. It's work. They don't want to hear that shit. They want to feel like I arrived and there's no more work to be done. And this shit is going to be on autopilot. It never happens. It would never fucking happen.
So
death do us part.
Yeah. But so Lit, I hear what you're saying. I mean, I heard some of the stuff. I think you always, when you talk, you're leading somewhere. So have you gotten to where the point you was going to make?
No, it's always work. That's all. That's my point. It's always work.
I got your point, but I know Lit, we were talking.
Oh, you talking about Lit? Okay.
Yeah. The reason why I asked that, Arpain, is I don't think a lot of people press people into thinking why they think they think. Just like this video that Black Man showed, but all these women are saying that the women were the prize. And once he just kept asking questions, they got to the point where they had to think for themselves. Yeah. And they were outside of the echo chamber, and there were nobody else to amen them or give them a like or anything. They were actually forced to think, and they thought about it for a minute. Well, the problem is there's a lot of people in this world who are not allowing these people space enough to think. I mean, think about it. If you have all of your girlfriends who are doing the same thing you're doing, everybody wants to feel loved and included. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wants to feel left out. So nobody's going to rock the boat or push each other. We push each other from time to time, but it's not in malice. It's for us to get better. And as a result, we have better conversations. We have elevated conversations. Well, what the thing about with women is I don't think they're aware of what they're up against. They're up against an algorithm that is designed for you to accentuate what's already inside of you. Now, if you've already been programmed with foolishness from your girlfriend, all it's going to do is it's going to give you confirmation bias, and it's going to feed on itself. But anytime you have any outside influence that could better you, you're not going to be open to receive that. So that's the reason why I asked earlier, why is it that they have a contempt for us, especially since we didn't put it there? You see what I'm saying? We're not protecting them. You know what I'm saying? We're not providing, because the first thing they said, it was not enough. Well, if it wasn't enough, that means I didn't give you anything. You just felt like you thought you should get some more. You know what I mean? That type of thing. And I don't think that we got to the point where we're actually asking them or requiring them to do something for us, because we can't. They have to be able to see the value in us or to honor us enough to say, hey, I feel like I should do this for you because XYZ. You know what I mean? Right. Whatever the cause is. But my thing is if you never introduce the because, then the contempt will always remain. So that's the question why I asked you, how do you change that?
The funny thing is that all this stuff in my head is like mostly like a theory of how we got here. But I think the one part is true, that is too many sisters who do hold Black men in contempt. Now, all the reasons why, I really don't know, because we know it's not complete across the board. I mean, I got a Black woman in my life, but most of us do. So I know my wife doesn't hold me in contempt, but as you listen to them speak and what they let come out of their mouths, it's funny that I think contempt actually is worse than hatred at this point.
I think so too. I think so too.
You know, so it's really, really bad. But I don't think it's up to the black man to fix it. Right? It's a realization that they have to come through on their own. Like, for example, we could drop all kinds of objective science on black women, and it goes through one ear and out the other. Right? It just does. It's just no doubt about that. They can't hear what we're saying. They don't want to. It's like a blind spot. You know, I have on my channel, I have a series of videos called Let the Women Tell It. Right? I'm up to like almost 90 of those damn things, you know? And I found women talking to other women about how they should think. Right? They're shorter videos, and I'm, you know, my little plug there, but that's really what it is, because they don't even want to hear other women, but the message is better from a woman sometimes than it is from a man.
Or if you leave it up to another woman to tell the story, then we might be in trouble.
No, I'm talking about women's issues, not about men, but
I'm just saying women's issues.
But yeah.
I'll give you an example yesterday.
I'm gonna let you go, but I'm not saying we shouldn't say it, but they need to also hear it from, like, it's like an edification thing.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, like with your parents, if I want to edify somebody, a friend of mine, to his son or his daughter, I'm not going to say some stupid shit. I'm going to say, hey, man, your father, your mother, they're some great people.
Yep.
You know, they're this, they're that. And so that edification for them from a stranger elevates the parent, elevates
more weight.
Yeah, that's weight. They don't know me from Adam, but why are they saying these nice things about my parent? I think my parents are assholes.
They give a testimony. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the edification. Sometimes women have to do that for themselves. Whether it's effective or not, that's another story. But at least it's not just a man telling them, because when a woman hears a man say it, he's just a man. He's going to say that because it's in his favor. That's what the people who are on the plantation. That's how they think.
I'll give you an example, man. I'm usually on a whole bunch of other podcasts, sometimes here, sometimes there. And the other day I was on a podcast, and it just seems like, you know, all the women were all kumbaya or whatever. And one of the guys pressed her, and then I could see a little bit of hyena peeking out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I saw the ears pop up.
The ears pop up and the nose come with the glistening on the nose.
Yeah. You was a chameleon hyena. You was hiding it, you know. But you had all that flowery stuff to say about men. But as soon as my homeboy press you, then all of the ears poke up, you know. As soon as you mention the word submission or what you ought to do, then that real nature showed up, you know. I mean, what do you
that word submission?
Young guys who don't know this stuff like that, what do you tell them and say, hey, look, this is what you look for? Because we're going to wind up with a bunch of guys like Travis who don't notice when the ears poke up. That ain't what you want to deal with.
But just like women, men need to be trained. Men need to be trained by other men.
They gotta listen, man. They gotta listen, bro. But
you can't have a young man. You can't have a young man that's been up on a bunch of damn women and having all of that, the estrogen around him, and expect for that man to actually move naturally like what a man does, right? So yeah.
Come on, Trey Furt. I want you to get you something, man. Come on.
Yeah, because you've been quiet, man, with them goddamn glasses on. You ain't cool. Light-skinned dudes, it's not cool no more.
Hold on, JT. These are actually prescriptions, man.
I don't care if they were prescription,
but I had
subscription. You ain't cool like that, man. You too old. I'm fucking with you. You know,
I know I ain't too old, but anyway, you know, I had
we just around the same age.
They just permanent sunglasses. I had the doctor prescribed them to me. Said I'm gonna sit in front of the computer.
Yeah,
but
nice. They look nice though.
You know what y'all saying? You know, I'm gonna speak from a father and from a mentor and coach, right?
Right.
The messages that we can convey to each other and how we can dissect it and understand it immediately. These messages need to go. Okay, we need to just skip over the 40-year-olds, skip over the 30-year-olds, catch some of the 20 somethings and go to that 16, 17, 18, 19-year-old. Because JT, they've already been around the women most of their lives already. So if I can catch them before they really start getting out here into this world of dating, then you can give them the mindset of what our pain is talking about, what you talking about, what law say, how to look at this type of women and understand she is no good for me. She is toxic. Avoid her altogether. But I've been told by my mom and auntie them that, all women are the prize. I've been told, that treat women with all of this. But they ain't telling them, if you're getting treated a certain way, you have to be able to remove yourself. So most guys understand that what they've been dealing with is normal behavior. And then when they all get to this little late 20s, 30s, they looking at each other like, damn, we all come from the same mindset. And we've been fighting so much to act like we want to talk about marriage. Who wants to get married? I'm just speaking for the.
No, I got you. I'm following you.
That shit weird. Who wants to struggle love? But didn't your ass live in the projects all your life? When your mom on Section 8, that shit struggle right there. But they don't get the consistent message early enough. A lot of these people, they still talking about shit that hurt them when they was 19, 20, 21 years old. And it's sort of messed up because YouTube, every guy seemed to come and present themselves in a grandiose state. Shit, it's, and I think you older, so you understand that the marriage process is a process. These guys are already grandiose. Oh shit, she just gonna do all this for me.
Right.
You ain't even doing the shit for yourself. You can't expect a certain caliber woman to just follow you, and every time I see you, you get on some motherfucking M1s and some tight ass jeans and a t-shirt. You still acting in little boy behavior. But I think if those messages could get to the ones who's in a space like, I don't know what to do.
You know what,
help me?
You know what, Trey? Go ahead.
No. So, I'll say this, and this, again, it's not for everybody, but it changed my life. When I really started working with young men every day in the school, going into their homes, talking to probation officers, talking to moms on drugs, talking to dads in prison. When they saw that I was going to be consistent about trying to engage them in this thing called life, they began to trust me. They began to understand that my message just wasn't about me. It was about them. And to see my first graduation class was 2012. To see those guys go from graduating high school, 9th, 10th grade, graduating high school, some of the first generations of their family graduated, and to see how they moving in the world, living all over the country, some married, some not, some done been married and divorced, but always have the consistency to work and not be disrespectful, and how their lives are being blessed as I'm getting older. That's one of the greatest fulfilling things I've ever achieved, despite my own achievements. You know what I'm saying? So now I'm older. I'm not in that world now. Now I'm talking to grown men on a daily basis. I can see the brokenness and the disconnect from our generation from the other guys, because they looking at us just because we're not the ones on the TV and got all the fake ass jewelry on, that like we ain't this shit.
Like we have no type of notoriety. Yeah.
Right. Like we ain't this shit. Well, what you do? What you do and did? You over here with me? Yeah. Somebody has to teach you, and they give you some type of game, because you can't use an excuse after 35.
God has blessed you.
Didn't nobody teach me? Well, how old are you now? Well, shit, I'm 35 going on 38.
You old nigga.
You better start picking that shit up real quick. You ain't got that time no more. So I think, in a sense, it's helping, but I just think that I was saying this earlier today. Them motherfucking 40-year-olds and under, they got to get out the way. They the one holding up the progress, for real.
Yeah, they is, man. Because listen, Coach Ferg, I think he was on the panel with me when the motherfucker sit there try to talk about some of y'all old niggas shit. And I asked him, how old are you? He say, I'm 38. Nigga, you an old nigga. You just...
I was listening in. I wasn't on that, though, but I was listening in on that.
That's what I told him. I said, nigga, you ain't got nothing but 15 Christmases left. What the fuck you talking about? You are not young anymore. You are not young anymore. You are what they call. So all that shit you try to talk about us, now the difference between you and me, I have accomplished way more than you. Understand that shit right there. Because if you did not have the gripes that you have, I would have said, well, all right, we on the same plane. No, you're not. See, you are still 17. That's what I was telling him. You a 17-year-old. You 40 in years, but you're 17 in your mind. And you ain't accomplished shit. You still out here trying to find a bitch, because that's what he was referring to women as a damn wife. You know why you can't find a wife? Because you keep fucking around with bitches.
You looking at the bitches, yeah.
You looking at the bitches. The wife, they're going to command something of you. They're not going to demand anything of you. They're going to command something of you. Because when you see how they treat themselves, you see how their life is, guess what you're going to have to do? You're going to match that shit right there. You got to surpass that. Because they don't want no nigga that can't speak. They don't want no nigga that can't take control of his own life. That's why when I was telling you, when I do the whole thing with the Kendra G and shit like that, and I tell you, I say, no, those are trick questions that she's asking these broads. And I understood what she was doing. Anytime somebody will sit back and ask a woman, well, how much money should a man make before he can get with you? It's a trick question. And a lot of women, they're just not smart enough to tell her, it's a trick question. I'm not going to answer that. What they do, they try to outsmart the question. Well, all he got to do is be able to take care of himself. They say dumb shit and it keeps getting them more and more. And instead of just telling Kendra G, you got to change your goddamn questions. That's a dumb question to ask me, ma'am. Right? Because that's not what women should be looking for. We already understand it. But when we're talking in these days right now, they ain't trying to hear us, man. So guess who we have to talk to? The so-called leader, that man. And I still believe that the men are the leaders. He just got to take his space. So I'd rather talk to him so he can get through to the woman that he actually needs in his life. Not the one that he won't. The one you want, you going to be screwing her. You going to give her all the shit that she don't need. It's a lot of things that come down to this, fellas. And I love that we have the conversation that we have because, for one, everybody can respect each other's way of their thinking, right? And the more we get to know each other, we understand why we speak the way that we do. That's why I had to tell our pain, no, man, I really appreciated what you did in that show that you did yesterday because it gave me a little more enlightenment in you. Our Coach Ferg, same thing with you. Lost, when we talk, you already know. I'm like, okay, now I know why my brother said the way he said. So when we go, Black Man, the same thing. So when we go and we can go back and forth with each other, we understand each other already, where our conversations don't just stay pretentious with each other. You know, we talk shit to each other, whatever. But when people see it, and I wish we had more people. I wish we can have an audience of 1 million goddamn people that can actually see our conversations, man. It'll make a fucking difference. I swear to God it will.
You know what, JT, here's the thing. Trey Ferg, here's what I think, man. I think that the real reason why a lot of women have contempt for men is because they're trying to manufacture value.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
I got him.
You got him.
Yeah, I was going to bring myself back up.
No, you good. They're trying to manufacture value for themselves. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. They're trying to use stolen valor to add value to who they are. They'll sit up there and say, you know, a man will ask a woman, hey, can you cook? You know what she'll say? She'll say, my mama can cook. Well, I ain't dating your mama. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Or if a girl asks a guy, say, you know, hey, can you provide? And he said, you know, I come from a long line of providers. You know, my daddy was a provider.
Right.
In real life, you can't steal somebody else's value and apply it to yourself. You know what I mean? I was watching Don P the other day on TikTok, and he put out a challenge for women. He was saying that take off your makeup, take off your weave, take off your fingernail polish, all of this stuff. And he said, and then come to me without all this other stuff, because what you're doing is you're trying to assess your value with all these accessories. He said, let me know who you really are, so I'll know exactly how to deal with you. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of people will actually call themselves, you know, 9, 8, 9s, and 10s when all they did was they applied, you know, makeup to achieve that 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. You know what I'm saying? They bought their number. You know what I mean? And sometimes guys will do the same thing. They'll go out, they'll work, go get a little muscled up, and then they automatically think that they should be entitled to a woman because they've done these things. It's the same way with a whole bunch of women go back to school and they think that since they just got
I'm a PhD.
their PhD, they're entitled to a man. But the thing about it is you haven't worked on how to be loving. You haven't worked on learning how to anticipate somebody else's needs. You haven't learned how to not be selfish. Everything that you've done up until this point has been selfish, and you haven't demonstrated to anybody that you could be functional in a relationship. You know, women will take, I went back to school, I got my degree, I got my job. Now, where's my man? That's the entitlement that a lot of people are speaking for. But my thing is this: where on your resume is it showing that you actually took care of a man? Where on your resume does it show where you actually work well with a man? You know, that type of thing. And I think those are the questions we really need to ask, and stop letting people steal somebody else's value and valor and apply it to themselves disproportionately. You know, parents have been married for 40 or 50 years. Well, ma'am, you 50. There's no way possible that can happen from here on out. You know what I'm saying? You can't steal that value.
6 Christmases.
Go ahead, R-Pain.
Yeah, man. So the real point really is that, and the point I had, maybe it's slipping my mind. I'm just trying to say that some of this thing I think is just natural to men and women, and I think they haven't caught up with the reality that a man is more than the money that he makes. Right? So they really can't see that, because as they achieve certain levels, the story is still the same. They want a man to be able to provide to them, and provision to women. The first step is how much money you have, right? And okay, so when we look at the stats, there's not that many Ebony K. Williams. There's not that really many, a lot of women, but they still have the mentality of children in terms of how they look at a man, right? And then the women who have access to social media have not expanded, whatever the word is, they exaggerate their value in the marketplace because they have guys, and this whole notion that they can't understand that there's a big difference between sexual attention and relationship attention. Right? They act like they don't understand that, but I think they do. But they just want to be in delusion and deniability about that. They understand it. So they want to take credit for the fact that there's a whole bunch of men who want to stick their Johnsons in them that to help keep elevating their stature, as opposed to the 2% that might want to do something with them other than that. But unfortunately for them, that the 2% that want them, if you're 3 or 5 or 6, the 2% is in the same category. Right? Those 2% ain't the 8, 9s, and 10s. Right? The 2% who might want to wipe them up are guys that they want to reject on a regular basis. So it's just vicious cycle that they're under, and social media has a real part to play in the way our dating structure is, and I believe that it's programmed that way, and we're all susceptible to it. And I think commercialism prefers it that men and women don't be together, because now you have dual income spending money in the economy. Right? And if we all started having families again, the men in those families are going to make sure that we're going to consolidate the way we spend money. And commercialism don't want to hear that shit. Right? So I just think that we're in this big pickle, and some demographics are more susceptible to than others. And unfortunately, the Black demographic is susceptible to it more than anybody else. Right?
You know what I thought about Arpain? What you just said. The light bulb just came on, man. Here's my thing. The thing about women is that they want to work against their men by working jobs as well, right? And then on top of that, you got the men who's working a job. So if you got your wife working a job and you working a job, well, who's building your empire? Because all you doing is working at somebody else's job and making them even richer when you don't even put your own stuff together to have your own empire to build, so you guys can sit back and retire or pass the business down to your children. We're too busy trying to satiate our egos and pound on our chest and say, I got my own money, I got my own house and my own car. And I asked the question, well, do you have your own business? You know, what is your business? Does it serve the greater community? Does it serve more than people who look like you? You know, a lot of women that say they got businesses, but oftentimes it's businesses that only serve other women. It doesn't serve the community at large. Think about it. When was the last time you seen a woman open up a grocery store? You know what I'm saying? When was the last time
talk about it, them. It's a party of one. It just it serves themselves. They don't have like employees or anything. They might have one.
They're sole proprietors. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I don't think those businesses, even though technically they count as businesses, but my thing is if you don't cut checks, that's not really a business, man. That's what's known as a tax shelter. That's what that is. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's probably the real reason why we keep getting left behind, is because we don't know how to work with each other. You know, we don't understand each other's roles. You know, if the man says, hey, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and the woman says, well, I want to do that too. Well, who's going to do your job? Who's support, you know, the infrastructure to hold up to do we have to do, you know? And I think that's probably the real reason why we keep slipping and not where we used to be. Because think about it, Arpain, I don't know if you remember this or not, but in the 70s and the 80s, Black people had way more businesses. Am I not right?
Yeah. Yeah. We, you know, especially maybe in the South and stuff like that.
Right.
In the North Pacific. But still, you know, I know there was just a lot more families, a lot more people, culture.
Right.
They're more Christian, more conservative.
Right.
All that kind of stuff was just there. You know, your neighbors were able to, you know, scold you, tell you, hey, what you doing out there? All that shit. Now, I remember all that stuff.
Right.
So, you know, you could tell that there was a purposeful degradation of that kind of family structure by the powers that be, because it didn't benefit the community for Blacks to really be that strong in the future.
Right.
You know,
you know, banks too. Remember that, Arpain?
So
now we really got two Black banks left. Remember, we had Black banks all over the place. Remember that?
That's redlining, you know, people would trust you to pay back your debts.
Right.
And all that kind of stuff. But you know,
if we had our own banks, then guess what? We could finance our own homes.
Exactly.
We could finance our own dreams.
Exactly.
Right.
Well,
but if we have women not, you know, willing to participate in that dream, or they can't see the vision, then we're just gonna keep slipping, man. Or we'll find somebody else to play Monopoly with. You know what I mean?
The grift was real easy though back in the 60s to have women choose. You know, I really, no, I don't want to say I want to absolve them, but if I offer you a deal, right? What's the nefarious devil guy, Mephisto or whatever?
Yeah.
I offer you a deal. I said, listen, if you have a man in your house, he can't hardly get a job in the early 60s that's going to pay where he could take care of the whole family, but he's going to be employed, right? So he makes, let's just say $30,000 a year. But I'll make sure, based on my handouts, that you'll have housing and enough money so you can feed your kids, and it might come into like 24,000, right?
But it'll be the first of the month like clockwork.
Right. And no doubt. So you can't have the man in your house. So when a woman looks at that, because a man who can't provide his family, we got to admit, is a miserable goddamn man.
Mm-hmm.
He's miserable because all as men, not just black men, but men in general, we pride ourselves in being able to take care of our families. So she says, well, if I can get rid of this guy out of the house, maybe we can have a relationship on a down low, but I can get all these benefits without him. So that deal with the devil was handed out to the black community. Now, they said that the white people who were on welfare at the same time, that wasn't the same deal. I don't believe that. I believe that the white women saw that deal and a lot of them didn't take it. But the black women did. Right. So I really believe that. I have to research that. I mean, some of them did, of course. But I think because even this election, even though a lot of white women are liberal, they still voted with their men.
Okay, let me ask you this. They said that they would take a deal, right? So don't they think that men have to eat too?
Right.
Well, yeah, well, but okay, but who
They may not hold it in consideration, though.
Nobody's giving a shit about men, man. Well, since when did anybody give a shit about, especially black men?
Come on, man.
Listen,
we can't
all
eat.
of this,
Oh, you got a job. You just can't live at home with me.
but all of this was fine, regardless. Brothers were still being able to get into spaces, get the jobs they needed. All this shit changed when crack came, man.
I knew he was gonna say that.
It did.
but wait, can I say this? But Coach Ferry.
Well, what's going on now? We got to.
You agree that crack came in when the blacks were pretty much at one of some of their weakest places?
No.
Oh, okay, come on.
It didn't. Because our pain. Hold up.
It would have been that easy.
When I was 18, 19, I saw it. I was in high school.
No, I'm not saying the crack era didn't do what you're saying, but weren't blacks more vulnerable?
But we were strong. Even in the 70s and 80s, we were still strong, our pain.
When was the crack era?
It really took off in the early 90s.
Okay, so by then the women had kicked out a whole bunch of men out of their houses.
But what I'm saying,
we were already in a weakened state in the 90s. So crack just put the last couple of nails in the coffin.
We wasn't that weak, our pain, because my generation of Gen X, I'm telling you, we was coming out into the world, getting these jobs, buying the houses.
So full of shit. Y'all was just as weak as everybody else. You fucking guys.
No, our pain.
Everything started with the Gen X.
Our pain. I don't think we smoke crack, man.
No,
our pain. Crack. I don't think we smoke.
Go ahead, Trey. Go ahead. Go.
It might have been one dude that smoked crack that we knew, but I don't think it was to the magnitude where the whole neighborhood was smoking crack.
Yeah.
You know?
But I
mean, one crack house.
Reason why I say it like that, because again, I'm older than little older than Lit and JT, right? We all came out within that 80 to 86, 88, 90. By 89, we was all out of high school, right?
I
what I'm saying is this.
So how was crack? So tell me how it was.
Because crack strung out mothers.
Well, okay, because they were by themselves.
No, right. But brothers
so then I'm right then.
But
They
when
didn't have no men to guide them. They were by
No,
themselves.
Braxton, it wasn't 79 and all that, Braxton. We was too tight. But what I'm saying is, in that sense, yes. Because again, it was a time when a lot of I would say 83, 84, blacks who were living in the projects, families were in the projects, they were starting to be the first generation to go to college. They were starting to be the first generation to say, you know what, I got to get out of these projects. I got to get out. I need a better space. And they were going out into what America was presenting. America in college enrollment increased about 300-400% all across America. Guys was getting the trades because they had vocational school coming out. Guys was going to military. Guys was doing everything America said. And while we were out trying to become this all-American candidate, they circled right back into the communities and bought a lot of drugs. They bought a lot of drugs to a lot of young men, 15, 16, 17. They started selling. The mothers started getting on the drugs. So from there, yes, we were weak. We were weak. And we've been downhill ever since because a lot of those kids are now adults. And they're struggling with communication, struggling with emotions, struggling with relationships, struggling with money, struggling with everything.
So the
Arpain.
Go ahead.
No. What I was saying is, I think
no,
the story that we talk about crack is only a portion of what happened during that time in American history. You know, and I think a lot of times, if you mistaken, because you're a little bit older than me, but I'm still good at history. Now, here's the thing. I think what happened was, I don't think it was necessarily that crack that took us out. I think it was the elimination of the industrial complex that we have as far as manufacturing was concerned. I don't know if you noticed or not, but in the 80s, Japan, if you bought something in Japan, man, it meant quality, you know? And I think a lot of times people bought a lot of stuff out of Japan. So a lot of our manufacturing went overseas to China and Japan. That's the main reason why China is the superpower that it is today, is because they had an agrarian type of economy where they had mostly farmers. And some of those people moved into those manufacturing jobs because for some reason we had a love affair for cheap products. Now, those cheap products were exacerbated by the fuel embargoes that we had that were going on, where we had to make sure that people rationed out gas, that type of thing. General Motors, Ford, Chrysler, all of those guys were told that, hey, look, you guys need to make smaller engines, more fuel efficient engines, that type of thing, which ended the muscle car. So a lot of people in Detroit, car manufacturers, lost their jobs because they had to downsize vehicles. They had to lay people off. So what happened was a lot of those manufacturing jobs went overseas. That's when you started having the rise of Toyota, Nissan, Datsun, you know what I'm saying, which was Nissan back in the day. You know what I mean? We had Honda. That was the rise of Japanese manufacturing. So what happened is those manufacturing jobs that we went to school for all of a sudden disappeared. Now all of a sudden you got a bunch of highly trained men who don't have a job to go to. So they had to relearn and rework themselves back into the labor force to do other things. But during that transition, you know, while they were trying to locate themselves, that actually happened during the crack era. But I don't think it was the crack era that really did men in. It was more so the lack of available jobs at that time. Right. And then you move into the 90s, which was the birth of the internet and the dot-com boom and the dot-com bubble. There was a lot of people getting rich off just naming .coms and buying up domain names. You know what I mean?
Right.
You had stuff like that going on. So there was this huge transference of wealth that took place that we didn't get a chance to participate in because we were not knowledgeable of the shift or the change in the economic winds that was taking place, not only in America, but overseas and around the world. Because we had an issue with OPEC. Remember that, Orpain, when we had to ration off the gas or whatever?
Yes, I do remember that.
Do whatever they want to do. And that was the main reason why Nixon took us off the convertibility with gold to quote unquote stop the speculators. Well, that was just so we could introduce the petrodollar. You know what I mean? So there were a lot of things that go into this, but I think what happens is when we have these conversations on these panels, it's easy to point to one thing that says, hey, it was crack that did it. But if we're being honest and we go back and step back and look at the total picture of what really went on, there was a lot of unfortunate things that happened right around that time. You're transitioning from a liberal president like Jimmy Carter into a conservative president, which is Reagan. Yeah, you're going to have some issues like that. So I tell people sometimes you have to look at history. Sometimes history don't always rhyme, but sometimes that bad boy sure does echo. You know, it rhymes sometimes. So I'm looking at today's situation where we're moving from a liberal president into a more conservative president. And then we have all these other outside pressures of people starting to lose their jobs. I don't know if y'all saw this or not, but they had a lot of people like Party City companies laying people off. They were finding out the day of the week of Christmas, hey, this is going to be your last day. You know, there are a lot of people leaving all because our love affair of cheap products and cheap things. So that's the main reason why Trump is trying to make sure that we have tariffs in place to kind of keep people from buying foreign things so we can build things here so we can have a livable wage and a more American dream, so to speak, like we used to have. And I think that's what he really speaks to when he says, make America great again, when one job could take care of a family instead of, 2 and 3 people in the household working 5 and 6 jobs to do what one job used to do.
Okay, yeah, but here's my thing though, Lit, right? We know we're never going back to the average man being able to take care of a family in a regular sized city.
Right.
Right. So, but the truth of the matter is what was lost is that both men and women always worked in a household that I remember. They always did. And I think that the notion that got lost where the feminists said, well, the women had to take the lion's share of everything, she worked, but the man came home and took his slippers off and didn't do shit around the house. A lot of that's a lie. Or the women had to stay with the men because they needed substance, they couldn't survive on. A lot of that was a lie, especially from, I would say, from the baby boomers on, because all my aunts had pensions. They all had, full-fledged job. So the narrative became, a reality. So when you talk to a modern woman, quote unquote, a woman of the 2000s and all they think about is the women of the past being slaves to men.
Right.
Because of the propaganda. But you're right about getting on your point about the crack. I know Coach Ferg is big on that, but it was huge. But there was so many other things going on. And I think that I don't think they could flood our neighborhoods with crack today. Not just neighborhoods, but black people with crack and have the same kind of effect. That's why they're not doing it.
No, listen.
Because we have more knowledge now. But even if our families are disconnected, I think they hit us at the right time. The CIA or whoever it was who from the government who infiltrated crack. This was all programmed. Right? These guys are weak enough to bite this shit, and then you could tie that into how that fed into the crime bill, how that fed into the biggest thing in the crime bill. People don't realize is that when they made a distinction between crack and cocaine.
But
it's no good, man. You're right about the crack era, but you can't deny all the other things that were going on.
But yes, those things were going on, but we still had the black banks. We still had people buying homes.
We had black banks, but
I'm saying reason why I say the crack so much, reason why I say that time, because Clinton was in office. He implemented him and Biden the 3 strikes rule. Brothers started going to prison. The prison rate was an all-time high. They sent all of these jobs overseas. This open trade.
There was other things going on. So
what I'm saying is
a program.
Yes, but what I'm saying, but what I'm saying is, I saw what that was doing to the neighborhoods and the communities when I saw mothers and sisters and brothers
susceptible to that.
We didn't even start deleting ourselves into the 90s. Brothers started
the neighborhoods
high rate. Come on, man.
To the program.
At a high rate.
But hold on.
Wait a minute. Well, let me just say this. I'm gonna shut up. If we still had the strong families together like we had in the 60s, 70s, we would not, and 80s, if that shit would have carried on, we wouldn't have been as susceptible to the crack drug thing as we were. It was already fractured.
They went to the single mother. They went to the broken
That's
neighborhood.
why they were able to do it. I mean, if our relationships were strong, the crack wouldn't have had that impact.
But it wouldn't have mattered if we still got 2 million more women. They went to those vulnerable houses. They went to the single neighborhoods. That's why.
No. They were all over America. Hold on, Coach Bird.
Susceptible to the crack.
He's absolutely right about that. We were definitely susceptible because you got to remember, before crack, there was heroin. It was heroin.
Getting out of the heroin craze.
Getting out of it, right?
A smaller number. Crack took over neighborhoods. It took over cities.
No. It took over America. It took over America, and at the same time, to our pain's point, there was a lot of other things that were happening. Again, when translation was just talking about it, when he just was talking about the whole thing where the industry, right? I'm in Detroit. I seen it.
Thank you, JT.
I seen it.
What did you say?
That shit was crazy. Do you know how many men, white men, they were deleting their families, including themselves, because of this thing that was happening? What the Dow Jones, all that other shit that was happening. It was so many other things that were happening. I agree with you when it came down to the crack era, but however, that only thing that they did was it transitioned into a different type of thing, right? What made us susceptible was because our families was broken up, period. At the end of the day, being in Detroit, I'm going to tell you right now, all the people, and this was the thing about what I loved about Detroit, was that in Detroit, we're just Southern people up north. That's it. We're just Southern people that's up north. One of the reasons being is because you can make a great living here. Toledo, Ohio, you can make a great living. What was the other one? In Indiana, you can make a great living. Chicago, you can make a great living. All these folks that were black were people that migrated from the South onto the North. And the reason being, and they had the ideal, and this was since the 20s. The ideal was to migrate up so we can make our families better. So when it came down to having a family unit, black folks were number one at it. But nobody fucking with us when it came down to that. We were taking money and we were still living really poor when we could have just said, fuck my family in the South, in Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama. I'm going to take this money, get me a house and do blah, 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 this and that, right? What they did was they said, no, I'm going to go get this 2-family flat, get this 4-family flat. I'm going to do this. I'm going to call. And we ain't had no damn internet. They had to call, write letters, all that other shit. Our family was intact still. Even in the 80s, it was still intact more than white folks.
Yeah.
What happened was that we messed around and we succumbed to the pressures. That's all it was. It was just to the pressures from one generation to the next. When I and you and translations, our generation start coming as of adults, we wanted to do something a little bit different, right? What did we started doing?
Moving out of the project areas, moving into the suburbs, taking advantage of these things.
Yeah.
So JT,
so then that was the other wave of it, though, of integration. Because we had to integrate.
Remember, we started
doing, right. So, and then, now understand, we didn't have these goddamn, these Negro colleges for a very long time.
Negro college.
I'm going to call them Negro college because remember the March of Dimes? the March of Dimes.
Different things, JT.
Yeah, the March of Dimes, man.
Lou Ross,
Ross.
late 80s.
Lou Ross was about the March of Dimes.
No, that was for the crippled kids, man. You talking about the United Negro College Fund with his mind.
It was all of it. Yeah, you're right. But it still was the same thing. It still was the same goddamn thing. We was crippled too.
Jerry Lewis had the March of Dimes.
March of Dimes. We had the, what was the other one? What was the one that you did?
Who was that?
The one with Lou Ross.
Lou Ross did
United Negro Fund.
Yeah.
So, but that's why I said the Negro, you know. But what happened was that we started tearing apart because of the other wave of integration. That's what it was, man. I had an uncle. I got an uncle right now. He's retired, whatever. My mother's brother, the oldest child of 10.
JT, when you say integration, do you mean our own businesses or patronizing the whites only businesses? Not going
no, it was more of our own businesses, but we had to play by the rules of what the white folks was playing by. That integration was a trick. It's always been a tricky thing for us, right? This is that whole thing. Y'all coons because you doing this. And y'all, what I mean by that is this. We was like, well, fuck it. We can't keep fighting this thing of integration. And what happened was that I just remember hearing a lot of people misconstruing the message of Martin Luther King. I kept hearing the do you call it misconstruation? Of the Nation of Islam. And man, we had a lot of things. Well, we had a lot. That shit crazy as hell.
Cool, man. You might as well.
What the word is a word now? Goddamn it! We had a lot of our people that was really fighting for us to have our independency, but it had to go through integration because wasn't nobody trying to go to Africa. Wasn't nobody trying to go back and all that crazy ass shit. We were so goddamn confused where you had people that was like, man, I'm just going to stay right here in the middle and I'm not going to make a move. You had people that was making moves and you had people, you know, on one end, and then you had other people that were trying to make other moves. You had people that was trying to be the Muslim type of thing, Black Panther type of thing. And then you had other people that was kind of like, nah, we need to find out what our enemies are doing so we can do what they're doing. And it was just confusing. The reason why I can say what I'm saying is because I was hearing it as a kid, because the conversations we having right now, they were having too. My parents and their constituents were having these same conversations. The difference in their conversations and ours is that we've learned a different way. We just learned a different way. That's why when I hear Arpain talking, I'm like, yeah. When I see Arpain, I'm like, he's the younger part of generation baby boomer, right? Mm-hmm. He's the younger part of it. He was the more progressive part. Everything that they was talking about, Arpain, it was people like Arpain that wasn't, they like, no, this is what you got to do. You're in America. You got to start showing that you can make a difference. What Arpain ended up doing was what? He made a fucking difference. He found a woman that was willing to make a difference with him. That's why, man, that wedding is crazy as hell. When I see it, look at the people that were there, that were supporting it. He was a younger part. So he's closer to the ex, right?
Yeah. 6 years.
No, he's closer to the ex.
So I have a question for you, JT.
Yeah.
You being in Detroit, Arpain being in the North, lost. I'm not sure where you located at.
South, baby. Alabama, baby.
So, okay. So my question is this. Of course, we've always had crime in our areas, in our community, in our neighborhood, in our cities, right? In what years did those crimes of deletion of us, about us, started to be at an all-time high in about the time frame.
I think in the 80s and 90s.
Early
80s and 90s.
So towards the late 80s,
early 90s,
early 90s.
high throughout the 90s. That's why I associated with that, because
I get it.
Despite
to be honest, most of that was gang related stuff over
they were starting to get that, they were starting to bring that crack into the drug. And that's why I related to that time, because despite the things that we were going against as a nation of people, the high in whatever employment rates, whatever, during that time, we started taking out each other, and we ain't recovered from that since. Mother started getting hooked on drugs. Brother started being taken away from her. Arrests started going up at an all-time high. And that's why I say that time, because I saw it firsthand. When I used to come home from the service, I'm like, I ain't getting out of this shit.
But that's what I was just about to say also. You and me, we represented a group of men that didn't want what we seen in front of us. I didn't, man. I used to ride the bus in Detroit, man, in high school, and I'm like, there's nothing about this city that I want. I want to leave, right? That was me, because I see myself being what I seen out here in Detroit, right? And I didn't want it. I'm like, that ain't what I want. That's one reason why I got married, because a woman that I was with, now, she was in a different city, small city, and we met each other because my grandma used to live in that city, and my cousin got me and her together. I used to catch a goddamn smart bus. Like, if people don't know, it's like the Greyhound. It's between, to go see her. I had to make an effort to go see this woman because she was 30 miles away from me and I had no goddamn car, but I liked the type of woman I was. Me and her both, we were fortunate enough to have access to cars. So we ended up seeing each other more often than what we thought. But neither one of us wanted to stay where we were. She didn't want to stay where she was at. I didn't want to stay where I was at. That's how we ended up getting married, because we had the same mind frame, right? I got married. This is how crazy this shit is, man. When I hear these people, well, he's only 21. He's too young. She's only 21. She's only 18. They too young. That's some bullshit. We figured this shit the fuck out while we were young, so we can have what we have now while we're old. And the thing was this. One of the things, and I didn't know this until a couple of years, and we was married for a minute. We were married for almost 10 years. It took us to get divorced to come back to each other. And she was just like, what made me really respect you was because you knew I was in college. You never interfered with it. And when we talked about marriage, you always told me that after I graduate, then we can talk about marriage. Now, when she said that, I had that in me. However, I was fucking around with a bunch of other women.
Wait a minute.
So when she said, look, and we talk, and this is how me and her talk about it. She'd be like, I know you was, but she understood exactly. And it was niggas that was coming her way, right? But what made me stand out, I didn't know it at that time, but what made me stand out was something that was organic. When I and her talked about that, or she and I talked about that, I always used to say, yep, after you graduate from college, because I had a career, right? She graduated from college. October, we ended up getting married. We felt we were doing it the right way. And that's what got us, but we were struggling because what we saw out here in the world. I didn't want to stay where I was at, man. I'm like, man, I don't want to stay here. This shit is some bullshit. The friends I had was in the same mind frame, but I had cousins. I had motherfuckers in my neighborhood. I had all kind of shit. I was affiliated with drug dealers. I was affiliated with motherfuckers that was out here trying to be in gangs. I was affiliated with motherfuckers that was out here trying to be everything other than what they were destined to be. and I didn't want to be around them dudes. But the guys that was like-minded, you can see it right now. 50, 55 years old, we all doing the shit. We got some dudes that said, I ain't leaving my city. Guess what they ended up doing? Being mentors, working in schools. They end up being counselors. They end up being, and you could see it. The motherfuckers that was sitting there trying to be in them streets, they either not here in the flesh or they're in prison. Or, now watch how this how old we are. It's motherfuckers right now, dog, that never did get a chance to graduate, went to prison for, manslaughter or whatever the fuck. They just getting out right now. The Hebrew Israelites now, they Muslims right now. They wasn't that when they went in. They was fucking kids when they went in. The thing that I'm trying to say is this. When we are talking to our children, when we're talking to the younger generation, we have to directly talk to them. That's why you will hear me periodically when I say, who we talking to? Right? When we get to talking, it's cool we talking with each other, but we on a platform. And I'm like, who the fuck are we directing this shit to? It needs to be them. That's why I'm glad I have kids that are, guess what? They're grown now. Coach, you got them. They're grown now. Payne, you got them. They're grown now, right? You figure out what's going on in the world by talking to them. They figure out how to get around by talking to you. Old people, young people always need to talk to each other. What's happening right now is that we are separated on every aspect. Men are separated from women. Blacks are separated from whites. Just everything is about separation. And everything is about, if it ain't working for you, if you ain't happy, leave it alone. That's some bullshit. One thing that I can get from dudes that's older than me is that sometimes, nigga, you just not gonna be happy. It's just not gonna be. That's not always gonna be on the itinerary because that's the goal.
So, all right. So I hear what you're saying, and Coach Furr, when we talk about the crack era, I don't think you understand. We're not talking against what you think the impact was. I'm thinking that we need to have emphasis on the things that came before that made us susceptible to how that made that impact as big as it was. In 1979, a movie came out called The Warriors.
I remember that.
The Warriors came out in 79. That means there was a whole gang culture in the neighborhood. Black Spades, the Seven Immortals, and all of these gangs were youth gangs. And the genesis of the gangs actually happened when they got rid of the manpower programs, when they had summer jobs for all the teenagers coming out of high school. This is in the 70s, 60s, 70s. I remember that because we all couldn't wait till we got 14 in New York City to get a work permit so we can go and get a summer job. We used to clean up places like Flushing Meadows and all of these places that around there. I worked at a police station at one time. And so when they got rid of those jobs, they put millions of youth on the street. Now, you could say that was a funding thing, but when your country decided that some other bullshit was more important than investing those millions into your youth, that's a deliberate decay of society.
Okay.
Right? Because if a society is worth having, it's worth investing in. And the money to do that, when they took that away, all you had to do was be a student of the Lord of the Flies, and you know what happened.
Yep.
Right? And so in the 70s, the gang violence had become so bad, and heroin usage was big at that point. So drugs weren't something new to the Black community. They made a movie out of it. Can you dig it? Right?
Mm-hmm.
That whole non-shit was because there were so many gangs. And so when we moved into the 80s and we moved into the 90s, the 64 and 65 when the family was broken up because of welfare. All these things were a part of the equation. And so when they started to talk about introducing crack, and then along with that, they also talked about making crack a capital crime to where you're doing like life, but with somebody with pounds of cocaine wasn't doing anything. This is all part of it. So we can't just say it was just the crack era. Yeah, the crack era was the nail in the coffin, but the coffin was already made and people were laying in it. And so crack put the nails in the coffin. And so it didn't just come out of nowhere. It was all a buildup. And so I don't even know how we got out of it, by the way. So you know why? You know why I don't know how we got out of it? Because I know we didn't, because the same people who had generations of their family decimated voted for that goddamn motherfucker Biden in 2020. So we haven't learned a goddamn thing, right? And Trump is the racist, but this guy has done more to destroy us than anybody else in our recent memory. And we just somehow skipped over that. And we ain't stupid people. It's only programming that made that happen. And it's not this doesn't absolve the black man, but it's not a mistake that the black women champion all the bullshit that you guys are talking.
Yeah.
It's not a mistake.
Listen, when I was coming out, from the time I turned 14, like you are, Payne, they had the summer jobs. They had it. They had the upper bound program. They had these programs, right? And again, and this is, I guess I'm so attached to this time period because I was that young man. I was the one that was faced with those challenges. But it wasn't as, I guess it depended on where you lived at, because I saw how it sort of started to come into the communities and being glorified in the early 90s. When I saw New Jack City, I said, here it come, world. Here it come. And from that point on, we have been fighting and deleting each other ever since. That's all I'm saying. There was crime, there was everything else, but I tell you this, me and you might have had a fight, but that's as far as it went.
I agree with that.
We didn't take each other, and the trauma that's been going on from brothers and sisters since that time is who we are today. Adults, they have children. Children are even worse today. Y'all wasn't all overweight. Y'all was strong as hell running around, going from block to block. Didn't nobody pick on you. Didn't nobody bother you, despite all of these other things that our parents were facing. We didn't see it until we got age appropriate. Now, all of this is in those young people's face from the time they can see, is all I'm saying. And when I go back into time, I can equate to when I was a teenager, young adult.
And you're not going to get any argument. I'm just kind of giving you some things that led up to that.
Yeah, it was more than one. I agree with that. But when I saw the devastation of black-owned blacks crime at an all-time high since that time. Since Clinton was in office, the war on crime, all of that. When I saw the devastation, mothers strung out, the alphabet community enlistment rate rules, guys were, choosing not to do certain things, take advantage of. They stopped the summer job programs because guys wasn't even enrolling in the program in the middle of the 90s. They just stopped it going.
Well, I mean, it's different for different people in different states. In New York State, I know how it happened. They just stopped funding them.
Oh, okay. Well, see, they
said, hell with you. I mean, but I'm just trying to. You're right. So we're not in opposition to what you're saying because this is the worldview that you're seeing this thing through. So I can't dispute what you see, what you saw. All I'm just saying is I got your trump card and I'm laying down mine before that, you know.
Yeah,
and I'm saying that.
But I just say
when the crack era came,
it devastated everything. Despite what we were doing,
it might have, but we were ripe and ready for it.
Yeah, but we were still making it though. We were still doing it.
Susceptible.
You know?
Anyway, so all I'm just trying to say is a lot of that shit's gone now. And here's my
Exactly. So what's the problem now?
Yeah. So
That's
now,
problem
when we
now.
fast forward, the damage that was done is the things that we have to correct because now we have a whole bunch of able-bodied blacks. And the thing that was put in place is keeping us one from another. Right? That's the grift, right? Because right now, if black men and black women decided that we want to stop being stupid with each other, the fact that so many of us are educated, and that even if we ain't rich, there's enough of us who have enough income when we combine it, we could do shit. You know, and there's a lot of pressures keeping that shit from happening. And one is the hypergamy of women. Right. And the other is that, a lot of us are taking advantage of the chaotic sexual marketplace. And we can't stop. We're not stopping doing that.
Well, here's the thing, Pain. There's consequences to playing the game. How do you want to play it? You know what I'm saying? So I think that's not really going to stop these people until you get caught.
Yeah.
And we don't have these conversations like we had in the 70s. Think about it. In the 70s, they were saying that, the men didn't make enough money. What are you going to do? The women are saying the exact same thing now. You don't make money. What are you going to do? I mean, damn, y'all. You know what I mean? The difference between the guys then and now is we got a damn microphone and we can tell our side of the story.
Exactly.
Have you guys ever watched the Newlywed Show?
Yeah, I remember that.
Hey, yeah.
No, I'm talking. Yeah, I know you've seen it back.
They got an updated one.
No. Have you seen it now from back? I'm a YouTube dude, so I'm gonna tell you right now. I sit there and I watch old shit on there, and I see where my lens is now, right? So when I was watching the Newlywed shit, and I was trying to find the difference then. The difference now from the difference now. And this is what was surprising to me. I didn't see a lot of difference. It was differences. But man, if you watch it, watch some of the, the things that we used to watch back then and just look at the questions that they ask, right? Of newlyweds. And then look at the response and the reaction of men and the women. It is not different. That shit surprised the fuck out of me. If you've ever, matter of fact, I'm going to do a show myself. Sure. And I'm going to pull some of that shit up and I'm going to show y'all what I'm talking about. The way that these women were talking, when I seen how the black women looked at their black husbands, now understand, they're newlyweds. They ain't been married that damn long. When you hear some of the things, you be like, wow, when you just witness it, you be like, wow, that means that this shit has just grew into a worse position we in right now as black men.
JT, I'm going to help you out with the difference is. The difference is marketing and the availability of color television. And now it's the algorithm. That's the only difference. Because think about it. We didn't have these problems until TV started showing up. If you think about it, think about the commercials they used to have back in the day in the 70s and the early 80s. Remember this commercial where this lady was in the bathtub and she was like, Calgon.
Take it away. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And in the back of our mind, it's a catchy slogan.
Yeah.
But what it's saying to women is that we hear that you're going through this drudgery. You know what I'm saying? It is hard for you to do the role of a wife and a mother, and let us take away your pain, buy our soap, and it'll give you a little bit of peace of mind while you can.
In translation, it got to the point.
Think about it. What they were saying is that it's not noble work to be a wife. You see what I'm saying?
But they also was saying, fuck them kids.
Basically, and your husband.
That was the beginning wave of fuck them kids.
So what it does, it puts it puts it in the mind frame of women that it's not noble work to be a wife and a mother. And you know what I'm saying? That type of thing. So, and then remember that they had another commercial with Virginia Slims.
That's right, baby.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And that's letting women know, hey, I can take home the bacon and I
can be fried up in the pan and not make you
marketing. That's the difference. If you remove the marketing, nothing changes until that TV shows up.
And they knew that women
that was when you had to be creative. Yeah. You had to be creative to be subversive with these commercials back in the day. Even with us, they had a Budweiser commercial who sold malt liquor to us as if it was a good thing.
Yes.
They had a promotion, an in-house promotion with Budweiser, trying to advertise to other local vendors saying, hey, this is how you market malt liquor to black people. Yeah. They had commercials and everything, inside commercials just for these people to say, hey, look, this is how you market to black folks and sell the malt liquor. Think about it. When we came up, the only commercials that we saw was Calgon Take Me Away, Billy D. Williams, and this malt liquor. You know what I'm saying? Remember that?
Yeah. What about Kool in the Gang and the Blue Bull?
Yeah, remember that? Remember that Pabst Blue Ribbon? Yeah. Back then, a guy went to work. He worked all day, brought his lunch pail, did what he had to do, and came home, kissed his wife, propped his feet up, and cracked open a bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon. You know what I'm saying? They sold that dream. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the difference between now and then is that these people have taken psychology and they have freaked it with AI and an algorithm to make people helpless if you're not used to thinking for yourself. Think about it. They won't promote good stuff like we have and put it in the algorithm because it doesn't sell anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can't monetize, common sense no more.
No.
People have to push that BS. Think about it. Every time you look up, you'll see a show like Tonight's Conversation. They'll have a whole bunch of foolishness on there. People go, oh, yeah, I saw that. They'll tell you all about it. But ask them, have you seen the latest version of Lost in Translation podcast?
I told you already ago.
Yes, version of What We Know podcast.
Yes, sir.
Black Man Unfiltered podcast. You don't see that come up in the algorithm. You see what I'm saying? It's all about whether or not you can sell division. Unity don't sell, fellas. That's why I'm saying our road is going to be a little bit harder to climb, but I assure you it's going to be worth it.
It's going to be worth it. Yeah.
The reason why I say that is because sometimes you have to know who your enemy is. And our enemy right now is information. Our enemy right now is the algorithm. It's big data. It's what can they figure out exactly where to put us so they can make the most money. Think about it. Every commercial that you see online, on Facebook, TikTok, off to the side, when you pull up your browser, all of that stuff is generated from your browser history. And sometimes these people can influence what you want to see, what they want you to see based upon other suggestions that you have made have shown interest in. They'll say, hey, look, XYZ company, I think our Payne will buy some golf clubs because we saw him watching the video on golf on YouTube, and I think he'll be able to do it. And then the company be like, Alphabet company, which is Google, will be like, you know what? You pay us $200, we'll put this ad in front of our Payne. And if he buys some golf clubs, and you cut us off a little piece, And that's exactly what happens. But it happens at lightning speed. And now that we have AI, I'm telling you what the future is going to be. You're going to start seeing never seen before personalized AI commercials built just for your eyes only. Nobody else will be able to see their commercial. It'll be a one of a kind, and you'll have no chance against it because you can be like, I got to have that. Because they're speaking to your history. But I don't want to put that in the atmosphere because that's mine.
No, but you did it. You did it already, so don't worry about it.
Somebody gonna steal that. But in order for them to get ideas like that, they got to come down here and listen to what we
I'm
talk.
gonna have to go ahead and get ready because I got to get up early and get that smoke.
Yeah, man. I think I hear Santa on the roof. So we got work.
Merry Christmas to everybody, man. It's been a great year. The new year's coming up and all that kind of stuff.
Looking forward to it, man. I talked to my kids today, and the same thing that I told them, man, it's a beautiful thing to be able to see. It's like a bittersweet with me, but I'm understanding what life is really about. It's not about fair. It's about what you make it. And just talking to my I got two daughters, man, and one in Louisiana, one is in Tennessee. And to be able to just talk to them and to see all these two different lives, right? What make me, proud of it is because when I see it, I'm like, they're being their own person, right? Yeah, two different lives, they sisters. One of my biggest things to them was, y'all always got to talk to each other, right? Like they get into it because they sisters. They've been close to all their life. And when they get together, they fall out or whatever. It ain't a big fallout. The only thing I asked them after we done had to talk, did you talk to your sister? They like, yeah, I talked to her, right? Because right now what we have a problem with, fellas, is that we have a problem with family understanding how big family actually is in America.
Right.
Being black.
Right.
I was on that whole thing. Black people need to stop calling themselves black and all that shit. I can technically talk about that shit, but it is what the fuck it is, right? It is what it is. Because at the end of the day, I don't look at it just because you are a certain hue that you my kin or my family. No, I look at my family first, and I ain't got to sit back and delineate whether you black or not. That was one of the things, that was one of the messages that I had to get that came from the atmosphere to me. The ones that are the closest to you. If you have a problem with them, you got to fix that shit. If they are because of you, you definitely got to fix that. If they are because of you, you have to fix it. All that other shit, man, she ain't black and all that crazy ass shit, man, that's what make us so goddamn confusing. I got daughters right now. They doing their thing. But man, do you know that the guidance that they need, the energy that I can give them that I won't give somebody else, it's kind of dope that they watch my podcast. I didn't even know that they watch it like that. You know what I'm saying? And that's just because they understand where my energy is at. Now imagine me going around trying to be Dr. Martin Luther King. And I'm talking to people and giving to people that ain't even close to my damn immediate family. And what am I showing them? If I'm giving something in my family, if I'm giving something that they can see right in front of them, I can give a message that's faster, right? It's a little bit faster because they can see it right there in real time. So when I talk to them about Black history, why would I talk to them about where they're connected to? Granddaddy, great-granddaddy, great-grandmama, great-grand, right? Why do I have to talk to them about some shit like slavery and all that shit? We'll get to that once I tell you where you come from. Let us find out if we are indigenous to this where we at right now, America, or if we are from Africa. It's just something that I learned as I got older, because I was sitting there, I was on some pro-black shit at one time, and then I was on some other shit. But I confide into what was because of me, because they out here doing the same thing. I got my youngest daughter, man. She be tripping. But I like to have the conversation because she's a part of me, and I'm like, I was tripping. You doing what I did back when I probably was your age, or probably a little bit younger or older. That was my whole thing. to having conversations with brothers like y'all, right? Because I didn't have it. It kind of was lost. I was in the military. And when I left, I was gone for more than a decade. And I come back to my city and I don't really know everybody anymore. I knew them in high school. I ain't trying to fuck with them about that shit right there. You understand what I'm saying? And then it just got to, I got family members that, oh yeah, they family members, but I don't really align with their shit. So then I'm like, damn. And eventually it just got to a point, Lost, where I ended up really being like a loner. You know what I'm saying? Now I get to the point where I'm like, okay, I understand now what my purpose is. And it feels good because I don't have to try hard at it. I feel like sometimes when I talk to my grandson, I feel like the nigga in a Chinese karate movie. I feel like the sensei. I feel like, because I be saying shit to him and he reacted one way, but then it's like he find value in me, and ain't nobody had to tell him to find value in your granddaddy. He found it. I was like, wow, man. I was on a whole thing. I'm gonna end it with this. I was on this whole thing where I didn't know if I wanted to be religious or not. All I knew was that I believed in God. I met Black Man, then I met Lost in Translation. I met a lot of brothers that actually knew how to translate the word. And they showed me how to do it without even trying to force feed me or nothing. Like, they don't know. I listened to them talk. And then it just got me to the point of, all right, let me read it for myself, right? I take what they given to me subconsciously and I give it to my people. Some people ain't trying to hear that shit, right? Some people ain't trying to hear it. Me and you both, we go from this platform, nigga, we go to another platform, right? And we be sitting there talking, and eventually they'll find out, oh, they know each other, right? Because we were just in alignment. And our alignment is to make this world a better world. That's it. That's all it is, man. It's to make this world a better world. And we have to do it sometimes in comedy. Sometimes we have to do it where we can get frustrated, right? We've learned as the older men how to conduct ourselves even when we are frustrated. One of the things I do understand, and I know about you two brothers, R-Pain, and a couple of other brothers, I can tell you, motherfuckers listening to us, man. It's a slow thing, though. What you were just saying, Lost. This shit's slow. Because, see, people like to see car crashes, and they like to see people being very, ignorant towards each other and all kind of other bullshit. Yeah, it sells. But that's for the people that want to see the car crash. But when people want to see a change, man, they're going to see it. They're going to have patience with this shit.
Absolutely.
Patience with it.
Trayfer, you want to give us some last words before we get up out of there, man?
Yeah, man, not too much, man. Listen, man, this is Christmas, man. Listen, man, y'all make sure y'all enjoy your families, man. Make sure y'all don't eat too much, man. Listen, we coming up on the end of the year, man. It's a good time to start looking into our own lives, man. We start making changes for our health, man. Focus on our health, man. 2025 is going to be Black man's health, man. Black man unfiltered, good health, man. We all need it, It's always a pleasure, man, just to hear brothers talk about different aspects of lives and where we from and where we at and where we trying to go, man. So it's always good, man. Y'all have a great holiday, man. Don't do nothing crazy, man. And man, listen, man, we gonna be here, man. 2025 and beyond, man. So salute, man.
That's right.
JT, I have a question, man. Was that your sister?
That was my mama.
Boy, let me tell you something, boy. You better be glad, boy, that I wasn't up in Detroit, boy, back in that neighborhood. Boy, what you talking about?
Look at Trey.
She had just came in. She just came home, man. That was my mama. Yeah, she was in my brother's house.
Hey, JT, man, I'd have been packing your bag to get to the military, boy.
A mess. Okay, man, I appreciate y'all for coming out. As always, it's been a pleasure, gentlemen. JT, Trey Ferg, it's always a pleasure. I want to thank everybody else for coming out in the chat, man. Without this, without you guys being, none of this would be possible. Just make sure you guys hit the like button, hit subscribe, share this thing out from time to time. Also hit the Cash App going across the screen. Make sure you tell everything about us, man. We're trying to put everything back where it needs to be, trying to reconstruct this thing. So make sure y'all keep the main thing, the main thing. And also remember the reason for the season is for Jesus coming in our lives and making everything a little bit better. And also, I'm going to leave y'all with this: as he heard it and exclaimed, as he rode out of sight. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Peace out, y'all. Enjoy.
All right, guys, another one in the books. Another great episode on the Black Man Unfiltered Network. Listen, we're doing the thing over here. So, guys, do me a favor. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the share button. Also, if you want to donate to the channel, which helps the channel, hit your boy Cash App. It's scrolling right here, right there, at the bottom of the screen, and support the channel. But we're happy that you're here, and we look forward to seeing you on every episode. So hit the notification button so you know when we go live. Thank you again, guys, for watching. We out.